Thanks. Over to you.
Very good, Martin.
Ka tira tēnā rā koutou katoa I tau atu mai rā I tēnei rā. Nā reira ko te tīmatatanga mai rā tēnei ato tātou kaupapa, e himene ne oki ki a tātou, ko te himene e honore, tai atu mai rā ka whakamoimiti mai rā te kaupapa, ka puara ne hoki, tai atu mai e tuku iho mai rā hoki ngā mihi mihi kia koutou ne hoki katoa I tau atu mai. Our program this morning is our himene e honore. And when we do the himene whānau, can we all please be upstanding? And then we'll do our krakia to open the day for you and for all those that's taking part of the program. And then we'll do a short mihi of greeting you all here today. Okay? Tō tātou himene e honore. Te honore e karoria mangarongo ki te whenua. Akaro pai e ki ngā tangata ataukora. Ake mine te atua te peringa tōku o ranga tōku o A Gloria hararuia kia ihoa ngā mano matua tama wairua tapu. Ko tēnei rā taponanga mai hoki kia hoki aka puare ni hoki tēnei o tō tātou kaupapa I tēnei haora. Nā reira kia ho mai rā kia mātou te piki te kaha piki ti ora. Piki te māramatanga me te rangi māri e tanga. A e te matua o te tamata wairua tapu mea koutou anere pono. Kia tatu mai koutou ki wainginu ki tēnei whakamuimiti o mātou. Hei tātari ngā kupu katoa e whakapuakina na mātou I roto I tō koutou gloriatanga. Ko koutou ne hoki te tīmatatanga me te whakawotinga mai o a mātou e tumana ko atu nei. I roto I tō koutou gloriatanga ko te māngai hei tautoko mai. Aia nei, ake nei, āmene. E noho mai koutou. E tai e tu mai ranga ngāti tūreti. A ka tirati hewa Maori ora ki te whai au ki tau mārama. Ko te kaupapa tuatahi ko te wehi ki a ihoa te tīmatatanga o ngā whakaro. Hei maungalongo ki te mata o te whenua I whakaro pai ki ngā tangata a ka noho ai te aroa ihoa ngā mano. Ai rungi a koutou I tau atu mai rā I tēnei rā. Puta atu mai rā kia mātou ni hoki e tau atu mai. Te whakapuara ni hoki tēnei kaupapa kia koutou ni hoki katoa. Nā reira haere mai nau mai. Haere mai nau mai piki mai kake mai ra hoki kia koutou. Te hakaronga mai ra hoki ngā kōrero. I kōrero mai tia hoki ngā rangatira o tēnei wāhanga o te wānanga o Tamaki. Nā reira, tuatahi ka mihine hoki kia koe te rangatira, I tuku mai ra te rākau ne hoki kia au, te akapuare ne hoki tēnei kaupapa mō koutou ne hoki. Tāti ne hoki a koutou ne hoki ngā rangatahi, ngā rangatira e hi koetanga mai rā o tērā wāhi, tēnā wāhi, ki tērā wāhi ne hoki katoa. Te roa ne hoki tō koutou haerenga mai, a puare ne hoki te huarahi, ia koutou ne hoki katoa I tau atu mai. Ko I hoa, I whakatiaki ne hoki kia koutou I tō haerenga mai rai tarānei. Nā reira, e tātou mā, ko tēnei tuake nei ka mihi. Ko tātou ne hoki ngā kou mātua kuia, kou mātua o tēnei hāpuri, o te hauora. Nā reira tēnei ka mihi. Ka tira, tētahi o ngā mihi ne hoki katoa I tō rātou kaumātua ngā rangatira e hinga atu, hinga mai, ko rāwiri ke tērā, ko himi rauwhero, ko tio, ētahi ne hoki ngā kaumātua e mahi I mua tēnei o tō tātou kaupapa e mihi kia rātou, haere kourou, haere koutou, haere koutou. Ka tira, e koutou mā, koutou ngā rangatahi, ngā rangatira ne hoki katoa, kare e kumearo ki tēnei tuaka nei, hoi no he mihi, aroha kia koutou ne hoki katoa I tēnei wā. Huri no, tēnā koutou, kia ora mai tātou. Te whakapono me te rangi mai e tātou e te kia manawa nui, kia nuki ama ia, tātou e. Ka tira, ngā rangatira e mihi nei hoki kauna ke tēnei kia koutou, haere koutou, takato mai. Piti hono tātai hono te hungora, hurino, tēnā koutou, kia ora mai tātou katoa. Kia ora.
I'll just take this from you.
I don't know pinch.
He's staying for the presentation of Jamie.
I think we've got another.
You've got another one coming? And it'll be very interesting, all about Maori access to them. Yeah. Tēnā koutou katoa, e te kaumatua himini, mō te karaki me te mihi. Kia koutou kuia, ngā mihi nui, ki ngā tauira, kia tātou katoa, I te tēnei wā. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Ko ārangi Boyd Swinburne ahau, ko ahau te kaiwhakahaere o tēnei kaupapa Whakahira Population Health Intensive Week. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, Tēnā koutou, a tēnā tātou katoa. Thank you very much indeed for the mihi and karakia to start us off on the week on the right foot. We really appreciate that. This is a big week for fifth year medical students. They learn a lot about population health, and we're going to be hearing shortly from Dr. Jamie Lee Rahidi about Maori access to some health services. So thank you very much for starting us off on the right note. Right, thanks everybody. It's a cold, stormy morning out there, and thanks for joining us. We are jumping backwards and forwards between a sort of digital, online, and in face-to-face meetings. The last couple of years we've had mainly Zoom meetings because of COVID, but there's something special about being face-to-face. So we're trying to bring that in as much as possible, but it is going to be a hybrid week. Let me just give you a bit of a brief rundown of what we're doing today. So I'm Boyd Swinburne. I'm from the School of Population Health, I'm Professor of Population Nutrition and Global Health, and I'm Course Director. And here we have Anna Harding-Schofield. Anna, Anna does all the hard work in organising all of your appointments and everything for today. So, and Anna and I are the go-to people if you've got any issues. You will have seen just on the opening slides there that MAS, which is the Medical Assurance Society, and New Zealand College of Public Health Physicians, sponsoring this, which means that the prizes that the winning teams get at the end of the week comes from those two organisations, and at the end of the week when we're giving out the prizes, I'll tell you a little bit more about both of those organisations. So this is the aim of Population Health Intensive, and you can see that it's all about thinking about health in a different way. I've got a set of spectacles here, population health spectacles, and by the end of the week I want you to be able to really see health problems through those spectacles, thinking about the upstream causes, the underlying determinants of the diseases you see as clinicians coming through the door all the time. Thinking in terms of groups as well as one-to-one, and the interaction between those types of thinking. Thinking about prevention, promotion, protection, about inequities, the growing inequities and the struggle we have in reducing those in this country. Thinking about environments, the environments that influence our behaviours and drive the inequities. Thinking about the systems and the policies which create the environments, and want you to try to think systemically about what is holding these problems in place. The problems you're going to be given are tough problems. They've been around for a long time, and they are being held in place in this smart, rich, small country by a whole lot of underlying systemic factors. And it's delving into those systemic factors to be able to understand what is driving the problems you see coming through the doors that we want to grab a hold of this week. So, talking about a population or public health approach, so that these terms public health and population health tend to be used interchangeably. When you talk to lay people about public health, they often think about the publicly funded healthcare system, which is not what we're talking about when we're talking about public health here. We're talking about the health of populations and the ways to improve that. Applying population health principles to the specific health issues you're going to be given. In the next session later this morning, you'll hear particularly about how the personal health and the population health approaches are very complementary and how people move between them. Key challenges of improving health of the populations with limited resources. This you will find a big challenge. You are being given tough problems, and you're being asked to provide some solutions, and you'll find really just how tough that is. and you're going to be creating an upstream intervention to try to influence this problem you've been given. But I'll talk more about that a bit later. Okay, so we've just had the mihi. We're going to then shortly hear from Jamie Lee Rahidi, and we'll have some Q&A at the end of it. Then we'll have a short break at 10:30, and we'll come back at 11 o'clock. And we'll have 3 clinicians' views and their stories on the clinical population health interface. These are 3 people who bounce back and forth between these 2 paradigms effectively, and you'll hear their stories. So Jyn Russell, Dr. Jyn Russell, Dr. Robin Tumouth, and Dr. John Bonning. Then at 1 o'clock, we'll have a session with me, and we'll go through what the timetable is all about, what we're trying to do in this week, what your project is, distinctions, and so on. And then at 3 o'clock, you'll meet with your facilitators in the small groups. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you're meeting with agencies, topic experts, and you're developing your project. At midday each of those days, there'll be 1 rep from each group who'll join me in a Zoom, and we'll go through and talk about how the groups are going. Wednesday morning, 10 o'clock, you have Population Health in Action, and that's to hear from public health physicians about what their day jobs are, what they do, what is public health medicine all about. You'll hear from them. And then on Friday, you're presenting your strategy into one of 5 streams. So I'll go through that in detail a little bit later. Just to say that those of you who are zooming in, it's via YouTube from Pukawakawa and Waikato, Bay of Plenty and Taranaki. Thanks for joining us by Zoom, by YouTube. Unfortunately, because it's by YouTube, that means you can't directly ask questions, which was a bit of a snafu. But if you do have questions, please email Anna. You'll have her email address, and Anna will ask questions on your behalf. Otherwise, it's you people here in this auditorium that will be asking questions of the speakers today. All right, I think that's all I've got to say before we get underway with Jamie Lee Rahidi. So we have students introducing each of the speakers today, and it's my pleasure to ask Tom Swinburne to come and introduce Jamie Lee Rahidi.
Tēnā koutou katoa. On behalf of Liv Gray, who unfortunately couldn't join us today, it is my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker for today, Dr. Jamie Lee Rahidi, who hails from Ngāti Porou, Ngāti Whātua, and Te Āti Haunui a Pāparangi. Dr. Rahidi was born and raised in Tokoroa on the east coast of New Zealand before moving to Auckland, where she finished her schooling. Dr. Rahidi grew up reading medical encyclopedias.
Would you switch her on so that she's on?
Oh, sure. Kia ora. Dr. Rahidi.
Tēnā tātou katoa.
Hold on. Jamie Lee, Tom's still introducing you. Tom is still introducing you.
Okay.
Kia ora.
Sorry, Tom.
No worries. Dr. Rahidi was born and raised in Tokoroa on the east coast of New Zealand before moving to Auckland, where she finished her schooling. Dr. Rahidi grew up reading medical encyclopedias that her mum bought for her, and by the end of year 13, she knew she wanted to study medicine. She graduated from Auckland Medical School in 2014 and was a junior doctor at Counties Manukau DHB. Following this, she completed her PhD in surgery, which focused on exploring the Maori experience of weight loss surgery in Auckland. She is now a senior register at Waitemata DHB. Dr. Rahidi's research focus is advocacy and structural criticism to create a pro-equity and culturally safe surgical workforce. In the New Zealand medical field, less than 1% of surgeons are Maori. In response, Dr. Rahidi is working to establish Te Piringa Ko Tuku, an independent Maori surgical research and training institute. I think we can all be inspired as we head into Population Health Intensive Week by these innovative upstream interventions that come from a desire to improve the healthcare experiences for patients and the future generations of doctors providing their care. Tēnā koutou, Dr. Jamie Lee Rahidi.
Over to you, Jamie. Hang on a minute, Jamie Lee, we're just getting a bit of technology sorted. John Bonning seems to be photobombing you.
Yep, whenever you're ready, Jamie Lee.
Okay, over to you. Just unmute and you're away. Thanks.
Tēnā tātou kua rauika mai I tēnei haora o te rā. Me te matau I te mihi mai oha kia koe te kaiwhakarite o te rā nei rā kia koutou te pai ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Kia koutou ngā tauira nau mai, hara mai, piki mai ki tēnei wānanga, tēnei hui o te wiki nei o Population Health. Ara, ka huri au ki te mihi nui kia koe Tom, aroha mai kare au I te rongo I a koe, nā te mea koe nei te wā o te technical difficulties. Nō reira, ko Jamie Lee Rahidi a hau, I uri a hau no Ngāti Porou, Ngāti Whātua, ki Kaipara me Ati Hau. So good morning everyone. I always laugh when I'm put up on a screen and I can't hear anything, so I'm kind of trying to keep a straight face as I'm talking to you. So I hope, I know that you would have introduced me from stuff you've read, Tom, so thank you for the time you put in doing that. No, it's a big deal to do that. I'm just going to share my screen with you all. So I just wanted to acknowledge that it's been a long time since I sat in a lecture theatre and for Population Health Intensive. I think I had GP Intensive in Māori Health. Professor Swinburne asked me to talk to you all about how in my mahi in surgery population health is important, and it is, but just for a long time surgeons just haven't acknowledged it. If there's any surgeons in the room, I'm not sorry for saying that. I come from the East Coast mainly, I also come from Wanganui and I also come from up north and in Tāmaki Makaurau. I was raised in Tokoroa, which I'm not from, but that was where the mahi was for my whānau at the time, which was the forestry. I'm a proud mum to 3 girls. They're not this young anymore, they're 11, 6 and 4, but they're still young and still young enough to love me, so that's great. I wanted to start off with my journey before I talk to you about the things I'm really passionate about and what drives me in my mahi and what drives me to work in a space that's often quite difficult to work in, particularly in the clinical sphere. So, you guys can hear me? I heard someone yell. Okay. So I started all my student clinical years at Middlemore, and then I wanted to stay there as a house surgeon, and then I got offered to do this PhD. It was quite boring. I think it was in incisional hernias and inguinal hernias, and it wasn't too long after that I was harassed by a surgeon. And it was that moment that kind of defined for me what cultural unsafety really felt like as somebody who had kind of come through a space where we had to help others. And it was a real turning point for me and really set the impetus in motion about what kind of clinician and mainly what kind of person that I want to be and what kind of culture I want to drive in any space that I work in. And at the same time that this was happening, the college started getting, rightfully so, coverage in the media about the issues that are facing trainees and even surgeons, but particularly women surgeons. So there was a big move, big investigation, and they were like, oh gosh, we're going to start finally in 2016 acknowledging a lot of the isms that are plaguing our trainees, but particularly our wahine. So they put all these policies in place, and nobody really knew what they were doing in terms of enacting those policies on the ground. In 2017, I had my provisional year review. So for those of you that don't know, when you do a PhD, you get kind of a year of a trial to get your project up and started. And then in a year's time, you have to sit in front of the panel of, so for mine was the Department of Surgery, and you have to explain why your PhD should continue. And I got asked in that session whether or not I should really be doing this mahi, looking into equity for Māori in bariatric surgery, because I have to justify whether Māori even exists. That was another reaffirmation to me that, wow, people that care for us, operate, really don't even think we exist, which is problematic. And I think Professor Swinburne talked about these upstream drivers, with racism being one of the determinants of health. I happen to also have my third baby during all of this, which is something I always wanted to do. I wanted to have children young. And despite all advice from mentors, I went the other way and I never listened to what they told me, which is don't have kids until you're well beyond your training. I completed my PhD in 2019, and I graduated a year later because it takes them the whole year to market, which is pretty cool. And then the following year, I was approached by a student who'd been harassed by the same surgeon, and I tried to support them as best as I could. And that was through the university, and it was through RACS, and that was through the DHB, and none of that helped. When I sought advice from a mentor who is amazing, the one thing that I was still warned about was there are people that can make moves to destroy your career, and I thought, well, geez, I'm not even on a training program. Go ahead and destroy what no career I have. I'm quite game and happy to take you on. And I got onto training that year, no problems. And now I'm in Taranaki, and so it's no surprise that I have a very small list of people that I trust, and a few lists of people that I go to in times of need, and you'll find in your line of work that you'll also find your support group. So I was going to break this corridor down, because I know you've given me 45 minutes, but I like to keep things as efficient as possible. Break them down into three things. So I'll talk about the mahi that I've done in research and how it can actually be positioned in a really intersectional way that covers your clinical work. So it doesn't have to be surgery, it can be medicine, it can be any GP, and how population health is always sitting in the heart of what we're doing. So my mahi is always centred in kaupapa Māori research, and it comes from this well-known understanding that Māori are probably the most researched people in the world. Linda Smith, who's an amazing academic who has pretty much edificed kaupapa Māori research along with her husband, has talked about this as well, in that we've always been studied and put in the centre, and lots of people do ethnic research and see a lot of ethnic disparities, with no real intention to do anything about it. I'm sure the intent is there, but a lot of the time there's no real responsibility for a lot of clinicians to actually see their mahi through, because they're not living as Māori as us, and they're not really understanding how, when we're being talked about by people, how that kind of feels. It's kind of like when you walk in a room and you know people have been talking about you. It's the same with research. Research is always talked away from us in our clinical settings, and so my only way that I do my mahi is through a kaupapa Māori research lens. So kaupapa Māori theory is basically a Renaissance space. It's a way that we look at the world through Te Ao Māori lens. It is talking back to structures, individuals and organisations that have propagated inequities since the establishment of Aotearoa, or should I say New Zealand. One of the key wero that I always put in front of us when we consider ourselves emerging kaupapa Māori researchers is, show us the mahi. What have you done? It's really easy, I think, as someone who's an emerging academic, to write papers, to do audits, to do studies, and really, you boost your CV, but there's no wider contribution. It's really easy to do that, and I know because I did a PhD and that was the only thing that was ever asked of me. I tried to not do that and do mahi that was meaningful, and always consulting my people, because to me, who am I to speak for people that I don't live in my small town anymore? It's really important that the gateways are opened and not kind of kept by us as academics, because we are very privileged as clinicians. So I'll shoot through this quite quickly. I've talked about this so many times, so I'll have my had the privilege of seeing this. But I did a lot of my work in bariatric surgery, and the reason I did that is when I worked at Middlemore, I think at the time there was a program on TV, I don't know if any of you remember it, and they talked about, I think it was one of the surgeons covering how he was operating on morbidly obese patients. The thing that I saw that differed to my real experience is what I'd see on TV is, per Pacifica man or woman, Māori woman, and then maybe one Pākehā, but in reality I wasn't seeing many Māori and Pacifica coming through. And so these are the criteria, and the one that kind of gets me is this one here: a stable adult life pattern, strong social supports. I argue as a surgical registrar, I definitely don't have a stable adult life pattern. I definitely know a lot of us who work in the hospital don't have stable adult life patterns. If you call sleeping 2 hours over a 48 weekend a stable adult life pattern. So this kind of, I just want to bring this up, that our ministry criteria inherently have issues. If this is what's expected of patients to meet a criteria to access care, I think we've got inherent problems, and so I wanted to look at this more in my PhD. The first thing to understand when we talk about bariatric surgery is we're talking about people that are obese. So they meet the criteria based on a measure of their height and weight, which is a very superficial measure, by the way, of adiposity. So I wanted to look at the narratives that were out there. In this, what I'm presenting here to you today, I'm only presenting Māori, what was centred on Māori and bariatric surgery, but we also looked at wider narratives. So everything you think of when it comes to fatness or obesity, it's all very deficit. It's all about, bariatric surgery, people who access it are lazy, people who are fat are lazy, people who are fat don't deserve care. That is the rhetoric that is largely driven in our media. We know that from what we see. And even in surgery, and I will say this, I see it a lot, like, we've got another whale on the table. I mean, I've heard those sorts of real fat-shaming statements, which I don't condone. People deserve the care that they need. If they need a life-saving operation, the last thing they need while they're asleep, laid out on the table, is to be called whales and things like that. So these are real, these impact us really, like what's in society really does turn up in our operating theatres and in our clinics, and it's really important we're aware of that. So for Māori in particular, the only thing that was really out there was that we were the biggest, fattest people, that the Māori advocates were people like Dame Tariana, who was really pivotal in getting funding for bariatric surgery in Aotearoa, so there wasn't really much in unpacking the racism that's embedded within these really deficit ways of thinking and being. And this is one of the, I think, Alan Nisbet is his name, he publishes in the Herald. So this is kind of going off bariatric surgery, but you can kind of get the idea that when they brought out, I think, the milk in schools and some free pie in schools, that this was kind of the what was ridiculed in the paper at that time. And so understanding that being Māori, Pacifica, Polynesian, even people of colour, and who happen to be fat or labelled as fat, they certainly undergo a lot of scrutiny and have to work a lot harder to get access to things. So very quickly, I looked at who's getting accepted for surgery, what are the outcomes, and what are the experiences of anyone coming through our program when we needed to do a mixed methods approach. To give you a really rough idea, the highest referrals in South Auckland are mainly for Māori, so Māori in grey, Pacifica in yellow, and then New Zealand European up here, and then everyone else is kind of down the bottom here. And when we talk about referring for bariatric surgery, one of the known things about bariatrics is it is the only thing that can reverse in a short amount of time, if not keep at bay, diabetes. And so we know that our Asian population in South Auckland have high rates. So just understanding this as pure numbers was really insightful. What we knew looking at over 3,000 referrals is that if you were Māori or Pacific, you were less likely to proceed to surgery, so you were less likely to progress through the program. A lot of the narratives from the surgeons were, not turning up to clinic, not engaged. But when you talk to people, the reason I wouldn't want to engage with a surface as well, like that, where you're parked in a room, and then 3 surgeons stand up and tell you, don't go to tuggies and, don't use that as an excuse. I wouldn't want to engage with that as well. And that's as someone who's a healthcare professional. So what I wanted to do was I went into the homes of whānau who had been through our bariatric program, and we had real kōrero, and we talked about some of the things that they faced in walking into dietitian appointments and being told they need to buy kale and spinach when they're feeding a whānau of 10 was impossible. A sack of spuds is $8 if you're lucky to go out to Manukau. A sack of maybe a big pumpkin, is a lot easier. Chips, pies, pies in South Auckland, $1 at the dairy. If you want a nice drink too, maybe $1 or 50 cents. Some of them I think they were selling for 90 cents. So I found that just really so far removed from the reality of Southside, and it's problematic. So using all the information, we have designed a kaupapa Māori bariatric program. What works in this program will work for everybody. It's basically the things that we all want as human beings: the decency, the respect, the courtesy, but it's also understanding the inequities on a wider population level of who is most affected by obesity-related diseases and why it matters whether or not you have a good foundation of socioeconomic support, why that absolutely matters in the numbers of doors that are open to you. So we're tweaking that a bit, and funnily enough, we're not trialling it in South Auckland, we're trialling it on the North Shore because North Shore were really receptive to us doing this, but my ultimate dream would be to push this out to a place like South Auckland, which does the most bariatric procedures in Aotearoa. Second part of the kōrero is to talk about surgery. So I love surgery, but I also love talking trash about it because it's got so much to improve itself on. So like I say, well-meaning, awesome, hard-working people in the college, all these great policies, and we've got like a little Maori motif here and an Aboriginal one, and it all looks so good. But the reality of it is the people that control the training aren't RACs. So RACs are an overall organisation that give you your tohu. They have a Māori Health Advisory Group, and you've got your DHBs, and you've got in the middle here NZAGs. So NZAGs trains me to be a surgeon. When I got into the interview process, there was not one case on any equity. There were no cases, not only on Māori health, but nothing about ageism, nothing about sexism. They were all straight clinical vignettes, which is, I suppose, it wasn't a hard interview, I'm just going to say that. I'm going to say that out loud. It was all very much clinical, which is what we do. But I was quite concerned that, we've got this RACs organisation that's touting all these policies, and yet we've got a training organisation that is completely separated from that. So we talk about cultural safety in the College of Surgeons, but people selecting and training us don't really understand what that is, and that's not going to change the cultural safety of surgery, and it's certainly not going to change inequities. Again, if there's surgeons in the audience, I'm not sorry. So from the mahi that I was very fortunate to be able and privileged to do in South Auckland, and coming through training, what I realised is that everything is about creating really good spaces, because the spaces you often walk into have long since harboured problems. So it's really hard to kind of get in there, integrate, and then be naive and think you can change them. So I was like, nah, hands off, creating my own space, creating spaces for people who want to be on the same wavelength. I'm not going to try and change people that have had these long-term views, because it's just too stressful, and it's, you don't get good bang for your buck doing it that way. So I'm going to go through a few of the things that we've tried to do and are doing, and it's really exciting, busy but exciting. So putting a kōtuku, which is the name of this talk, is really about bringing people together. In our line of work, for me as a kaupapa Māori researcher in surgery, which there aren't many, I really wanted a space where I could supervise my students safely, where we could do the mahi we really want to do without being asked whether we even exist. Then I wanted to talk about Te Pukapu, which is our Māori surgical interest group. So our goal at the moment is we're just talking to ourselves about surgery, about equity, about population health, and then we're going to hopefully broadcast this widely, because I do know we can't do this alone. We definitely need our non-Māori colleagues. In fact, you're probably the most important aspect of getting us through a really good space, a good cultural space, and alleviating and eliminating inequities. And then I'll talk about the Surgical Sisterhood, which is a bunch of us talking back to the system. So Te Pukapu was conceptualised because we kind of felt like we weren't really hearing the real stories on the ground. So whenever anyone asks me to talk, they should probably think twice, and I'm pretty honest about what I like to feedback about my space. So the first webinar we had a battle. So we battled a bit against whose surgical specialties were the best. We didn't have everybody. We had ENT, ortho, obs and gynae, and general surgery. Obs and gynae, even though they're not under the College of Surgeons, they're a surgical specialty. They operate on people, they bring babies into the world through operations. They're surgeons in my eyes. We talked about being a wahine in surgery. We were also talking about research in surgery as well. And then we've got more coming up where we're really untangling these ideas with some of our rangatira, so some of our professors of surgery, some of our professors of Maori health. And then we're going to release a podcast talking about, so everyone can access this knowledge, but right now we're being selfish and kind of keeping it and honing it, and then we can disseminate. The Surgical Sisterhood was a bunch of us who were trying really hard to get onto surgical training, and we formed a group, a support group that encased mainly Wahine Māori Pacifica, but we also had non-Māori involved as well. All over the motu, who were kind of on the same wavelength of trying to disestablish the patriarchy and make a better space for wahine coming into surgery. I'll just go over a few quotes because they're quite juicy. So this one was a quote from someone who had been harassed, not me, someone else. There are many of us that get harassed. And this was the advice that was given to her when she sought guidance from a senior surgical wahine trainee. So really, unsurprising, but also quite shocking that, we realign our values to kind of survive through training. So, best thing to do is just flirt. You okay? So I can hear noises, sorry, and I don't hear words. Sending texts and me crying, that's just, pretty heinous. Another quote from another wahine who was in our sisterhood was basically, when you do go through issues of whether it's racism or sexism, and you tell somebody and they're supposed to, you have a support person in the hospital and you tell them and they kind of look at you blankly and then kind of say, just keep your head down, no, it might just be that you're stressed, rather than actually acknowledging that it's a problem. So the sisterhood, it was a place where we pretty much went to vent and we came up with solutions. So solutions that were practical and protective. So if we knew certain surgeons were, a no-go zone with not to go to them for references, we knew how to strategically align with people that would get us into the teams we wanted to, and we knew which hospitals were the best and which were the worst, and we still have a list. Currently in Taranaki, where I'm at the moment, we're really lucky. We've got an awesome group of all three of us trainees are wahine, so that makes it, we're all on the same page from that level. But we're also got a really cool, supportive network of bosses at the moment. Even though before I got here, we all talk and people go, and they tell stories, but my experience at the minute is that they're pretty good. Because I've seen pretty bad. So these are us, so myself and my two other colleagues who are trainees. So we all knew each other before we got here, so we kind of jacked up coming into Taranaki. So you get to go, when you get off training, you're ranked. You get to go where you want if you're ranked near the top. So we kind of knew where we ranked, and we kind of talked to each other, and we knew that if we selected the same place, we'd get the same posting. It's very, meritocratic, isn't it? Oh, if you're at the top, you get where you go. And then this is us. There's no patient in there, I made sure. Someone took a photo of us trying to avoid the x-rays, and they posted it everywhere and we looked ridiculous, but I kind of think we look kind of cool. And this is our wraps. So we have a wānanga every Friday, and this is something, so a wānanga in our context is just where we go to talk about issues as registrars, as house surgeons, and it's a non-judgmental zone. People are heard, and people can share freely or not, or they can see one of us directly. It's totally up to them, there's no pressure. We started this because we just got on really well. So I think it's a mixture of luck and just being in the right place at the right time. So we'll get together, eat junk, and we'll talk about it. So if we have a complication or for example, we were operating, so we're in COVID, so we need to get a whole number of operations per year, and if we don't, it's kind of bad. So we've been scabbing after hours operations, like texting each other, and we all came in and there was 3 trainees and we marched in ready to do this operation, and we were like so happy. And one of the charge nurses there, he's a guy, he basically said to us really passive aggressively, like, do you not have lives? And we were pretty much like, no, well, I mean, we do, but we're like, we wanted to be here. But his comment was, is there something particularly interesting? And, why are you here? And, we talked about it and untangled that as a group. And what came back to us, because it's really easy when, especially in my positionality, and you've gone through racism and sexism, to kind of always see it. And it was interesting sitting in our one, and then everyone was like, oh my gosh, no, last year there were 2 male trainees and they never got treated like that. And it was just good to go, oh sweet, like just an affirmation of, oh yeah, he's an egg. I was going to say another word, but he's an egg. Lastly, I was going to talk about what we're actually doing, because it's all about what we're doing. And I've been asked a lot about, how can we safely do research in surgery, particularly with Māori or about Māori, and do it properly. And I always say, involve us, or we lead it. So we published this in the ANZ General Surgery a few years ago, the Maori Framework, which was in response to this kind of happening thing in academia where consultation with Māori is a tick box process. In fact, a lot of people find it annoying because they're saying, why do we need to do that? Eye roll kind of thing. But my thing is, if you're going to talk about inequities that affect my people, then you've got to really question why you're the right person to do it. And this is in surgery, so I can do this because there's not many people. It's quite easy. There's a smaller number of us. I think there's 250 surgeons. It's really easy to talk back to them. So we came up with a framework to hopefully help them. It hasn't really helped them, but it's helping us. It's helping us put a stake in the ground and intervene where we need to, but also lead where we need to. And it's just understanding again around the centering Māori being in a petri dish through a colonial lens. And it's always very deficit. We want to be self-determining, that's all we wanted. So I'll go through this in detail, but Māori is the acronym. Māori leadership and engagement is first, so including Māori at all levels of research. So if you're looking at something like breast cancer in women in New Zealand, you cannot exclude the fact that Māori need to be centred in this, because we are presenting younger, we're less likely to be referred on time, we're less likely to get surgery. When we do, it's delayed, and we're less likely to actually undergo full treatment. So you can't talk about breast cancer without talking about Māori. So that's why you need to know your population. That's why you need to know these things in any line of work that you're in. Who are the most affected populations? And so when you're engaging with Māori, the whole cold email thing gets a bit tiring for the few of us in the field. So be straight up about what you want so we can be straight up in our response. So yes or no, or this is inappropriate. I put this here because I got asked to review a paper once and it was so bad. And I said that professionally and they ignored what I said, and I just wrote a letter to the editor of the journal and said don't publish this, and it never got published. So I mean, some people do listen, which is cool, or don't listen in the case of the surgeons. A for in Māori, advocacy for health equity. Anything to do with anyone in our country should be centred on health equity. In the context of Māori and surgery, who's governing it, who's putting their names on the applications, who's getting the money, who's going to reap the rewards, because there are always rewards in research, I did tell you, especially if you publish. The intention, is it to kind of boost your cake a bit, or is it to really serve? Now, you can do both. I'm not saying you need to be a martyr and fall down and kill yourself and, in all these ways of stretching yourself thin, but it is important to really reflect, who this is going to help. So, opposing deficit analysis. So I talked a lot about fat shaming as well. So in any mahi that you're in, you know, what is the default position of people? So in surgery, the default position is the fatter you are, the better you are, because it's so hard. My response to that is just be a better surgeon and know how to operate on bigger people. Go and do fellowships in America. You know, that's my response. But I'm biased against my colleagues. Robust analyses. You know, if you're going to do audits, that's sweet. A lot of us do. A lot of us are asked to do audits, but do it well. Do it well. Get the right people involved. If you don't have the expertise, find the expertise. Do it justice, not just because it's a cheap and easy audit. Rejecting racism. So, got to reject racism. That's a given. Acknowledge that it's a social determinant of health. So that's alongside your socioeconomic factors, your education, the money that you make, where you live, how you live. All of those things apply in the same space. Understanding racism too. I think a lot of people think racism is, you know, just saying you don't like someone because of the colour of their skin. It's a lot deeper than that. In fact, some people who aren't racist can make racist policies and enact them. And it's not until the policy rolls out and it's critiqued that they realise that's the kaupapa. So it's really important to know that there are layers of it. And then I've put this one last, Indigenous data sovereignty. So it's just acknowledging that if Māori want to research Māori, it's really hard to get their own data. We have to go through the same channels we all go through as researchers, as health researchers. And so acknowledging that having access to that data is a privilege. It's so easy to do research as the doctor. You write a letter somewhere, put a protocol, and all of a sudden Bob's your uncle and you've got this data analyst giving data. It's insane. So Māori don't have that access as an iwi hapu-led organisations or at that most important impetus that makes us really we don't have that access. So we're relying on good people to keep the data but also share it to help us understand the differences and the inequities. I want to end now. Hopefully I've gone over time, but Ana Mihi Wana Jackson, I was really lucky to meet him while he was alive. He's as amazing as you think he would be when you watch him on TV, when you watch him in interviews. He stated this in response to a health leader who went over to the UN to try and advocate for, better care for Māori, but all Indigenous peoples. And at the point where she felt lost and didn't know what to do, she rang him asking for advice. And he's a very wise man, and it'd be very wise to ask someone like him for advice. But his advice was, whatever you do, all I ask is that you keep our people safe. And so I want us to have this ringing amidst us all now, is that all we do, we're going to make mistakes, we're going to fall, we're going to come across some really hard things, but all we need to do is keep our people safe, keep our patients safe, keep each other safe. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
All right. I'm going to swing you around. Here, Jamie Lee, can you see me now? Yep, okay, good. Maybe if I can ask Tom and your colleague there, Tom, can you just grab one of those microphones and take them for questions? And Anna will be looking at her emails. So people in Pukawakawa, in Waikato, in Bay of Plenty and Taranaki, if you have questions for Jamie Lee, please email them to Anna and she'll ask them. In the meantime, we'll ask the people here for questions, and I have a whole bunch myself, of course. And I should have just acknowledged that Jamie Lee has just come off 48 hours of being on call over the weekend in Taranaki, so that's pretty heroic. Thanks, Jamie Lee, and what a fantastic presentation. Really getting to the heart of some pretty difficult conversations we have to have. And this is a tough start for a rainy Monday morning at the start of Population Health Intensive, but I think it's setting the tone. of asking some pretty deep questions about how we travel within our medical and healthcare system and as professions as well. So if people have any questions, just pop your hand up, and Tom, and sorry I didn't get your name over there. Rosie. Oh, Rosie, thanks, Rosie. If Tom or Rosie, if you have questions, ask them yourselves as well. Just while they're thinking, Jamie Lee, I'm just going to ask you for, you've talked about the responses of some people, like the colleges and your fellow surgeons and so on, to your mahi and to your challenges, I guess, to them, to the institutions they're working in. But there's lots of other players as well. There's lots of other healthcare professionals. There are managers. There's all sorts of people around. How have they responded to the challenge, I guess, that you're putting down to them?
I've got to be honest. I've stopped challenging and expecting a response. I just do now. It's just a lot easier. At least I'm investing energy in things that I know will produce an outcome. But you're right, there's so many players in the levels of the DHPs, of the training colleges, so that's my response. I don't ask anymore or challenge, those who want to come on board, I welcome. But yeah, beyond that, I don't really waste my time.
You just do, and deal with the consequences if they front up. Yeah. Okay, well, good on you, because I really think that level of advocacy from within the system, from somebody who's coming through and living it, is really very powerful. All right, any questions up here, team? Before I go back to my list. All right, I'm going to ask another question while you're thinking. I'm going to keep coming back to you people. Some people say, and I've heard this working in the population health space, that if you get the system right for Maori, then you get the system right for everyone. And in many ways, that's a very valuable perspective to have, and it puts the focus on where we need to, which is on the people that are at the sharp end of the inequities. But then you're saying, therefore, it's kind of one system for everyone, and rather than you're saying it's kind of one size fits all. So how do you hold those two challenges and resolve those?
That's a good question. Okay, the first part, what's good for Māori is good for everyone. I've heard that a lot too. I think that when the people that I've heard say that, they're saying that on the basis of all we've ever really wanted is to be treated well. Not more than anyone else, not better, because that's usually how that's misinterpreted, is that Māori want more, they want access to more, and they want the best of the, they want more than everyone else. What we're still asking for is to be equal. But now we're talking about equity, because you can't be equal until we've addressed the shortcomings of the systems that control our lives. So when I hear people say that, and I know some of them well who've said it, I know that comes from a place of just wanting respect, wanting our people in Aotearoa to love us the same way that we love us, and that we manaki others. That's just inherently in our culture. But I don't speak for all Māori, but that's just my interpretation. How do we reconcile that in a system that we're trying to say one size fits all doesn't work? We'll get rid of this idea that we have a one size fits all system. It's everybody within the group. I don't know how you regulate that, but everyone understanding the role that they play, even if it's the unmeasured stuff. I don't know if you guys understand what I'm saying, but it's the unmeasured and unseen stuff that I think makes the biggest difference. The kindness, the time taken, not trying to kick people out of theatre, out of the wards, listening. I honestly believe that if we all did that as clinicians, we wouldn't have to talk about reformations of big structures and systems. But that's just me being very hopeful. I do. It makes my day spending time with patients. I've seen beautiful interactions amongst some of our clinicians who do it so beautifully. We're just not doing it globally as a profession, if that makes sense.
All right, yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much for your talk. It was, hearing your experiences was really eye-opening for me. One of the questions I had was, if we see someone else experiencing like problematic stuff or harassment, and the traditional like routes that we're told to go through don't end up leading anywhere, what do you think is the best next step as your advice for us?
Did you hear that question, Jamie Lee? Did you hear the question?
No, sorry, I can't hear.
Okay, let me just repeat it if you can hear me okay.
Thank you.
So the question is, if we do see people, you know, within the system, within the wards and so on, being harassed, and the usual places to go are not responsive to it, then what's your advice on the next steps and how to address that? Because I guess it's pretty visible, but it's a bit of a challenge taking it back up through the system and getting rebuffed all the time. So what's your advice on that?
Yeah, no, I've been asked this all the time, and my answer is, email me or text me. So we can plan, because a lot of it is strategizing, and it's annoying we have to do that, but it's the reality. If you don't trust a circle or a space, don't go there. That's all I can say. So if you've got colleagues outside of your specialty, go there. That's what I did. I went to people in GP and public health. I went to my whānau back home. Like, I stayed away from, because I just had this feeling it's all incestuous and sinister. So, and I was completely distrusting. So even if people were well-meaning, I didn't trust them, and I still don't sometimes. So my only advice is you've got to try and find your tribe. I don't know where that might be for you, but for me it was away from the specialty. I know that's not helpful. And I don't like saying this, but it's the truth. Most of the time, if you speak up, nothing changes. So for me, I thought, well, I've got nothing to lose. I'm just going to be vocal as, and then hopefully when you guys all come through, the culture's different, because we've been so loudmouthed and they can't shut us up. So we're trying really hard. So hopefully we help you.
Yeah, I think the question might have been if you witness, if you're on the wards or whatever, and medical students, fifth year medical students, do not have a lot of power in the hierarchy of things. But you do witness something. I guess it's in other words, it's not aimed at you; it's aimed at somebody else, which is a different deal to if you were copying it yourself. Any thoughts on that?
Sorry.
So that if you witness some racist or sexist behaviour or comments, and the usual places that you would go to are not very helpful, or they're quite frightening actually to be able to take the issue to. How can the bystanders, if you like, contribute to the solution?
Yeah. Okay. So. Been in a situation like that too, a couple of situations like that. The one thing to think of first is the person. Is what you're going to say or speaking up, is it going to make it worse for them? Most of the time it can. What have other people done? So I've seen really good examples of calling it out. Can you explain what you mean? Like questioning it, they call it graded assertiveness. I've seen people do it well, but it's a technique, and I couldn't tell you how to practice to do it because it's scary, you get the butterflies and all of that. But I've seen people go, oh, can you just go back? What did you say? And then I've seen people double check themselves, but it's not always easy. I just say protect the person that you're seeing being harassed. And sometimes that means just being there for them, and it can feel really helpless because you're not actually helping them, that's what you feel. But sometimes you just need to remember that even if you're seeing that it's wrong, does the person want you to speak up on their behalf? It's hard. I've seen examples of where it's done well and where it's not. I can't give you no magic answers today.
It's a tough one, and there is an adage about criticising in private and praising in public, and also, if you have, your feelings are legitimate as well. So if you see something happening, and then being able to say something, listen, I felt really uncomfortable just about what you said back there, or whatever. That is putting your views out there, and that's not contestable, because that's actually how you feel. And I think that's one way of doing it. But it's a tough thing to do, to call out power. And Jamie Lee, you found your voice over many years of copying it, and any other ideas that you have about how people can find their voice and be able to advocate from within the system for a more equitable system?
I think it just comes back to that saying of, whatever you do, protect your people, protect your patients, and you can't do that being intimidated by. Oh gosh, it's easy for me to say, isn't it? But yeah, all good. You're on a training program. Gosh, tell them to just speak up. But I do think it comes back to that metric, to that value of what is right for this person in front of me and for people to come. And it can seem a bit naive, but I've just found that's always guided me really well. Is when you know in the pit of your gut it's wrong. Take the time to unpack it in your own way and do something about it in your own way, whether that's getting, some supervision to talk to someone. Like, it's those basic things. You don't have to do anything profound. I think that's the problem. We think we've got to do profound things. It's just doing those little things right. Showing care to people that are clearly being harassed and picked on, including them, making them feel like they deserve to be there. That makes a big difference. So you don't have to do profound things. It's just showing that kindness and being a good advocate.
Okay, thanks. Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks. Question here.
Kia ora, Jamie Lee. That was fantastic. Can you hear me?
Can you hear it's Robin Tumath. Can you hear her?
I don't think she can.
No?
You have to.
No, you're going to have to interpret, Boyd.
Okay.
The thing which I think is fantastic about Jamie Lee's presentation, or her work really, is the absolute clarity of her vision. She is so strong in her advocacy, and I'm wondering whether or not there was a point, as I experienced, where she decided that she was going to step forward and be an advocate as a separate role, because although it's integrated into her surgical work, it is a different mindset, it's a different way of thinking, and it's certainly a different way of behaving, and it's not something that we are taught. And was there a point in time where she decided she was going to step over the line and take on the strong advocacy role?
Okay, so yeah, that was a question about those kind of penny drop moments, or those times when you made the decision where you will step out and become an advocate after all that you've experienced, and also giving praise for your clarity of your presentation and the way that you're thinking about this and constructing it and communicating it. But yeah, those time points, and were you there at the start of a lecture? Because she did. Yeah, she did put some key points within her, some critical points which pushed you into this, sort of took you over the step, made you step out into this advocacy line and speaking up. Did you want to talk a little bit more about those, Jamie Lee?
Was it a conscious point where she decided
Was it a conscious point where you decided to be an advocate?
No, it was just, I realised there was no other option. Like, I just kind of felt, I could try and hide and be, wasn't keep my head down, but I was always going to be noticed. So, so I just was like, oh, well, I knew what it felt like to be harassed, and for things that I can't change and don't want to change, being a woman, being a mother, being Maori. So I knew it didn't matter how well I did academically, how many papers I wrote, it didn't matter. So I was like, well, I've really got nothing to lose. And then when you're in that position, you stop being scared anymore, and you just get really brave and mouthy.
Okay, yeah, Tom.
again, might have to relay, but you talked about things you've done like the Surgical Sisterhood, the wānanga, and just the surgical rōpū in general. And I guess my question is, for those of us who might have our own, good or essential ideas, how do we kind of turn them from ideas into actual things that are happening and making a difference?
Yeah, so did you hear any of that, Jamie Lee? No. Okay. So you talked about the teams that you've got around you and the wānanga and things that you hold, and so Tom's question was about whether people do have a particular kaupapa or something that they want to advance within the system. How to do that? The system is big and it's conservative and it doesn't change very much, and you've got something that you want to see changed. How do you go about that within the system?
So up front, I've got really good mentors. And I have just unashamedly bugged them for years. I've put in the mahi so that they don't mind when I bug them, but anything that I have, well, I really want to do this, I'll call someone, or I just do it. Though something like a peer group, like a wānanga, is easy, right? We've got food, come. But, it's also how you, just mindful of how you treat people. That saying of treat people the way you want to be treated, it does go a long way. Like, for example, now, people that I used to speak to in these forums who are students and now I'm supervising in their research, which I'm like, what? But I love that relationship. I don't believe in I'm a few years ahead, but I love learning from you guys. You guys are coming through at different times, so I'm going off track. But the point is relationships. If you want to do something, fine, you got to put in the mahi and build those relationships. I'll be coming to you guys one day.
Yeah, can I just endorse what you said there, Jamie Lee? Certainly I learn and get a hell of a lot out of students. That's my learning system. That's why I work in a university, because I love learning, and they create all that. But also what you said around not being afraid to contact people as mentors, and you said you bug them all the time. Actually, speaking as someone who does get approached periodically and things to be mentors, that's something that senior people do enjoy doing. They see it's of high value, and people do feel a bit timid about stepping forward and asking for mentorship, but the people that you're asking it from are usually extremely willing to provide it, so don't feel afraid to kind of step out and ask for that, especially if you're trying to do something which is going to require collective action. It's not just the domain of one person. All right, you got one question over here? Okay, thanks.
Hello, my question was, I heard that the first Maori trainee got onto the neurosurgery program last year ever, and I was curious whether there are any specific barriers or inequities in the surgical subspecialties, whether for the trainees or for the patients.
Okay, so the question was whether there are, within the subspecialties and the training programs, whether there are particular barriers. I guess some easier or some have more barriers than others. My guess is you've probably picked a tough one going into surgery, but give us your view on the different subspecialties and the potential barriers.
Yeah, there are barriers. But the first thing I'll say is that I haven't gone through, obviously, other training programs. I've got friends in other training programs. I think the first thing is there's just not enough positions, so it's like an inherently competitive space. So, for example, urology, I think they have 1 or 2 spots. General surgery will have 10 to 14, maybe 15, so that's the first barrier, the numbers. Definitely in some specialties more than others there's a heavier male load, and that's just on the fact that the program is very much designed for people that don't have commitments outside of their clinical work. That is changing. So, for example, part-time positions are becoming frequent, I think, in Gen Surg, and I think ONG as well. So the colleges are slowly realising that working people like horses doing 140 hours a week. It's not safe. I can tell you, I'm so tired. If someone told me right now to do a laparotomy or a lap collie on someone, I would say no. I'm so tired. And I know for a long time in our culture we've had to say yes because we've got to get the majors. But so there's that. That's not changing fast enough, I'm afraid. So the barriers of tiredness. I think did Reece Jones talk to you guys about the high acuity spaces, like when you've got time pressures? I think we've been lectured about this heaps. Time pressures, lots of patients to see that culminates to form a really bad porridge. So it's that all together just exacerbates everybody's isms. So the barriers in training are being a woman, definitely, having a family, definitely, being not white, definitely.
Okay, thanks. Another question up here.
Kia ora. We hear a lot as students, both from lecturers and supervisors, about how surgery can be a hostile environment, especially for wahine and Maori and people with families and lives. My question is, do you think that we are making progress in dismantling that culture? And do you have any advice for people who are interested in surgery but are feeling disheartened by all this feedback that, it's a bit yikes?
Wow, I bet you heard that one. You know how to handle a microphone.
I've got I think a pretty profound answer to that. The first thing is surgery is not to blame. The actual mahi is not to blame for the people that have held it up for so many years. It's honestly a beautiful specialty. I love talking with patients about cancer care. I love talking to them about benign stuff. It is so awesome. It's just that the wrong people have led it for so long. Sorry, professors. So don't be disheartened. Know that it is, if you see it and you love it and you like, or even like it, don't let the people that are doing it so badly put you off it. It's so rewarding. It's hard mahi, but it's just awesome and I love it. So if whatever you're passionate about, it might not be surgery, but don't let the people that are making it so hard for others be the example that you look to. Look at the cool people. And there are some around and you'll find them and you just have to talk to people. We all talk. We know who the good bosses are. And we can set you in the right path. So advice, if you want to do a certain specialty, you're welcome to contact me. If it's Gen Surge, you'll find other registrars you'll meet along the way. And we'll put you right. We know who the good people are.
Okay, thanks Jamie Lee. I've got a question from someone in the regions, if I can read Anna's handwriting. So within the Surgical Sisterhood and similar, what considerations have been made for trans wahine and non-binary tangata?
The first thing is that I don't speak on those, I don't speak for those wahine or tāne for that matter, so I don't assume that it's my place to advocate. I let them lead that charge. Now, in fairness, there's not many, so that makes it our job to be protective. We take the lead from what they say. What we're doing, we check in. So the consideration is all are welcome, but if there's any inkling of unsafety, we address it and they lead that charge with us in a safe environment. So we're not going to pin them out and say, no, you speak for everybody and you come out. It's whatever they want us to do, whether that's zipping it and sitting back or advocating. And like I say, I think it's just the same. It's not the same thing, but it's about recognising whether you should be speaking on the issues and leading it, etc. Hope that's answered.
Okay, thanks for that. Any other questions up there? There's, I just have we're just about to head into a new health system which has created quite a bit of controversy. Obviously it's tossing around the health structures and the people within it. Perhaps not so much right at the clinical face because they're going to keep on doing their stuff, but at a higher level. And in particular, we've got the Maori Health Authority coming on board. And I have to say, I think the transition from the Simpson report about how to reform the health system, where the majority of people on that task force were discounted and put in a minority report at about page 176 about having a Maori group that had its own funding capacity. Government took that and sort of took away all of the DHBs and actually strengthened the Maori Health Authority beyond what even that majority that was discounted as a minority in that report. So it is quite a big move, and the Maori Health Authority will have quite a bit of say-so over not only its own commissioning but that of Health New Zealand. So I'd be interested in your thoughts and I guess hopes or aspirations, or how do you want to see this evolve in a way that really will make a difference when it filters down to the ground level? What do you want to see happen at that level?
I welcome the changes. So because what's working, what we've been doing for a long time hasn't been working. It's also very noticeable when you move regions, what's not accessible to many parts of Aotearoa. I mean, coming from North Shore to Taranaki, it is insane the inequities geographically that exist. If I got breast cancer, I can tell you where I'd want to be, and it wouldn't be Taranaki. So our system as a whole, even the Health NZ reform, they've got their work cut out for them as well. We're outsourcing. I'm so knacking on Taranaki, but it's okay. When we order a scan after hours, that scan is then sent overseas to a radiologist to report that scan. Costs thousands and thousands of dollars to do that, by the way. And then we get that report and then we make clinical decisions. So we're not even paying our own people here to read our scans. So before anyone starts knocking down the Māori Health Authority, let's look at those clinical processes. Let's look at why our New Zealand trainees aren't coming back here. Why? Because Australia pays better. Why our nurses are struggling. Why we can't get theatre time here because nurses are leaving. I mean, I think it's really easy to put anything Māori in the centre of everything and rip it apart. But I'd like to put the Health NZ on notice here and how they're going to deal with that. So it's really important that what's driving the criticism. So I won't go into politics, then I can do that. So I welcome the changes. I welcome the changes globally because we've got a huge issue with inequities in accessing care for everybody. But always for Māori, it's been that way. When I go home and talk to my farm, I know the last thing we want are separate, groups. All of a sudden they're tasked with 200 years of inequities. Can you imagine the work that's going to go into that? The disheartenment of not making big gains. We're going to be in it for the long haul. That's the last thing we want as a people. We want to be thriving. We want to be focusing on moving our people beyond. But now we're focusing on cleaning up a mess for a long time. So it's not exactly a bonus for us to have this extra space to have to deal with a lot of mahi that we weren't even responsible for. So I just want to put that out there, I think. But I welcome the changes globally.
Yeah. So I think they have their own commissioning, but they also their role within Health New Zealand as a watchdog, and to be able to try and reorient the main health system towards being more equitable is a big role I think they'll have. Quite what role they will have in population health issues, I don't know. It's not very explicit, the role that the Maori Health Authority will have in trying to influence things outside the healthcare system that have a huge influence on health. So don't forget the healthcare system that you'll all end up working in contributes probably 10 to 20% of our health statistics. Almost all of our health benefits and our health generally is determined by factors outside the healthcare system. And the big question for me from public health perspective is how much these new authorities will be able to reach into transport, food systems, and so on, income tax, anything you can name that has an impact on health, how they're going to be able to influence that. And at the moment that's quite opaque. I have to say I've got hopes that the Health New Zealand and the Maori Health Authority will collectively have a stronger voice outside the healthcare system, but I acknowledge what you say, Jamie Lee, that they've got one hell of a job to do in the first instance, just to try and clean up the inequities all over the place, including geographical, as you mentioned. Any other questions up here? Jamie Lee, I've got one which is, I guess when Rod Jackson and I were talking about it, this came from all of the kerfuffle around kaupapa Māori versus science that those 7 professors led all that discussion on, and talking about systems which were creating inequities. And Rod's comment, which I think is worthy of thinking through, is that if you end up with inequalities, in other words, the differences between populations that we measure, then unless proven otherwise, by default, it's because of the systems and the institutions within society, within healthcare, that are driving that. And so we have to take that as our default position. It may not totally be correct, but I think that should be the premise upon which we start. And we saw it pretty starkly, didn't we, in the vaccination rollout that was designed. All these things are designed, and the vaccination rollout to me was a very stark example of this. Someone in Wellington is designing that thing. When I went to get my vaccine, you had to go online, you had to go to a hotel in town, and then you absolutely had to have a booking. You couldn't roll up, and so on. And that design of that system in itself created the inequalities that we saw around vaccine uptake. And so just thinking about that as a general, and then they changed the system, allowed Maori providers and widened it out to pharmacists and so on to get a more equitable spread. But I just wonder about that as a general statement, Jamie Lee, about when we see inequalities in our data, in our outcome data, whether we take that as the default premise, unless proven otherwise, that this is because of racist or sexist or whatever institutions that we live in and that we run and design. Thoughts on that?
I think that's the only position we can take, because when we look at data, we only get the data that suits us as clinicians. Yeah, like it's really easy to blame our patients. It is really easy to do that, you smoke, you drink, yeah. But the reality of it is, until we can prove that our services are not contributing to any inequities and not propagating inequalities, then we need to zip it and just focus on the structural issues, because that's all we can control as clinicians. But yeah, I agree with what I remember Prof. Rod Jackson saying that for many years. So yeah, I think it's the safest thing to do, because condemning your patients and getting frustrated at them it's not helpful. And you can't measure racism and sexism interpersonally. We can measure it by a number of what's a woman not going through, the number of Māori not getting access. But as soon as you call that an inequity, people get a bit upset about that. Clinicians get upset because they say, well, I didn't intend to be racist. No, I don't think you did. But your system that supports a certain way of living, so having access to the basics we take for granted, that actually matters. And I see that more in the regions now, when we're serving people that live over an hour away and we're expecting them to turn up to a stink clinic for a little 15-minute follow-up. It just doesn't work. So I think the only way is to have that position, but that's my position a little too.
All right, well listen, thank you very much indeed, Jamie Lee. We certainly appreciate your stamina after a weekend on call and giving us an excellent keynote presentation. Extremely thoughtful, extremely personal from you, and sharing your journey. We really appreciate that. And really kicking off this week with a lot of thought-provoking concepts, a lot of thought-provoking stories that you have for us about how to deal with stuff not only that's right in front of us as we operate within the healthcare system, but what's also out in society that's driving a lot of our health stats. So thank you so much for coming and joining us and kicking us off with such a wonderful lecture. Kia ora. All right, people, we're back here in half an hour. Go and grab a bit of caffeine and we'll see you then. Okay, thanks, Jamie Lee. get underway. Thanks, guys. All right, thanks for coming back so promptly. That was what a stunning presentation from Jamie Lee. What a wonderful person, obviously a wonderful surgeon and a champion for people within the system, for her people. Okay, now we have just before we get on to this presentation, this panel discussion, there's a number of people that have been COVIDed out, who are either contacts or have got COVID, the students. So at the session that we're having at 3 o'clock with the facilitators, we need to be able to Zoom those people in if they're feeling well enough. So the Zoom masters, we've allocated a Zoom master to each group, and you hopefully will know who you are. If you're able to set up a Zoom link for the 3 o'clock meeting, in case there are people within your group who are stuck at home, just so they can participate within it. So between now and 3 o'clock, you can send that out. Anna will put a notice onto Canvas, and people who are stuck at home, left at home, if they can look out for that email from your Zoom master. That would be great. Okay, so now we're going to hear from 3 wonderful clinicians from 3 quite different specialties who are going to talk to us about their experience of the kind of the clinical and population health interface, a bit about their story, the work that they do, but also how they interface in the population health space. And then following their presentations, we'll have a panel discussion, and again, we'll take questions directly from you people here and people in the regions. If you can email in your questions to Anna, please. All right, so I'm going to first of all invite Rosie Lua to come up and please introduce Robin.
Kia ora koutou. I have the privilege of introducing Dr. Robin Tumath today as a panellist. Dr. Tumath is a retired endocrinologist and the previous clinical director of general medicine at Auckland DHB. She was the president of the New Zealand Society for the Study of Diabetes and the founder of Fight the Obesity Epidemic. After years of clinical practice with a special interest in metabolic disease, she made the switch to population health after realizing the critical impact of our environment in driving obesity. She is the author of the book Fat Science: Why Diets and Exercise Don't Work and What Does, uncovering the economic, political, and social structures that shape the environment in which we live, which drive health inequities and the establishment and entrenchment of our obesogenic environments. After years of clinical practice in diabetes, focusing on trying to help change behaviours of individuals without a substantial impact, Dr. Tumath is now a leader in the population health space, advocating for upstream solutions that target systemic changes in urban design, fiscal policy, and market regulation to address the market failures of our current food and health systems. In her downtime, she is an avid gardener, knitter, and yogi, thanks to my Twitter stalking. And we are very privileged to have Robin Tumath joining us this morning as a panellist in our symposium. So let's give a round of applause to welcome Dr. Robin Tumath.
Tēnā koutou. Yes, and thank you for that nice introduction. I'm going to be, in actual fact, I'm a full-time gardener, grandmother and yogi these days. So, but I am able still to recall just my life as a clinician, and I'll take up the offer that Boyd offered me to tell you my story of how I became interested in population health and in advocacy. And I was very interested in that wonderful talk by Jamie Lee. I'm just going to
time myself so I don't rabbit on too long. That wonderful talk by Jamie Lee, I think she might have had advocacy in her blood. She was so clear in her purpose, wasn't she? And I feel as though she seamlessly moved into this strong advocacy role. But that was not the case for me, I have to say. I started off my training down in Dunedin, and by the time I qualified as a house surgeon, I was full of the thrill of making diagnoses and working out how to treat people with medicines, and this was all totally absorbing, and I could think of nothing more than the patient in front of me. And I don't think I really thought about population health until I was well through my training, and possibly even until I was a consultant. Having decided I wanted to be a general practitioner, like many people, I got seduced by the glamour of hospital life, and I ended up, as you heard, as an endocrinologist. And in those days, believe it or not, type 2 diabetes was a relatively rare diagnosis, and everybody with type 2 diabetes was seen in a diabetes outpatient clinic. So I was duly trained up in the methods for treating diabetes, which were really based on weight loss as the absolute core treatment. So for years and years, times before and during all of my registrar years, I sat in the clinic and I talked to people about what they ate, I talked to them about their exercise, I gave them advice about how to change their diet, and the goal being that, with type 2 diabetes, if you could keep your body as small as you possibly could, then possibly the insulin you had would be enough to go around and you wouldn't progress onto medication and certainly onto insulin. So I trotted out this mantra month after month, as everybody before me had. And, in the initial stages, people would lose weight if they were newly referred to the clinic. We would send them off to the dietitian, who of course would reinforce all these things, and it was very rewarding to us and probably initially the patients to see them lose a few kilograms in weight over the initial 3 months. But in these clinics you got to watch people for months and months and months and years at a time, and I began to realise some long way into this process that people lost weight, but then slowly and pretty much inevitably, if they kept coming to the clinic, their weight returned to their former weight. So this was a bit of a revelation, and it made me think, crikey, what am I doing here? And then a bit further along, I had another epiphany where I realised that people who were very, very smart, people who were well-heeled, people who could go out and afford to buy expensive, high nutrition, low calorie food, who could afford to have personal trainers, who could go and dabble by a dog if they wanted to help them exercise, do tennis lessons, whatever, that their trajectory was absolutely exactly the same as people who didn't have those resources available to them. Some of these people were doctors. These were people who had high levels of control over every aspect of their lives. They knew what the rewards were, they were highly motivated, and they couldn't do it. So this was, you can imagine how destabilising this was, for me sitting in the clinic, saying these things to these people, knowing that it was kind of largely bullshit. At the same time, another phenomenon was happening over these years. I was slow to work this out, as you can see, and that was that while I was seeing people in this nice clinic room, I'm going to say I had this feeling right to the end of my career, this schism, still got to me, I have to say. But while I was sitting in the room giving people intensive one-to-one psychotherapy, really is what it was, in the diabetes clinic, out there I could see that the numbers heading my way were going up and up and up. So here was I having this artificial world, and out there was this kind of huge, kind of burgeoning mass of problems that we were just kind of ignoring. And the type 2 diabetes sort of wave was clearly being driven by obesity. Something very different was happening in our population, which was driving all of this diabetes. And I was thinking, crikey, we've got to do something about this. And so during that period when I was, had that role as president, I thought, right, this is a bit of a platform. I need to start talking to people about it. I need to tell people, hey, nobody's noticing. The person who had been drawing people's attention to this was Boyd, who in his role as chair of the Heart Foundation was talking about obesity. Nobody else was, and this is the first time. But Boyd had defected. He'd gone over to Deakin University and had left this great big hole. So that nobody was talking about it. Literally, it seems hard to believe, nobody was talking about obesity and the problems that it was causing. Anyway, I met up with Boyd and said to him, crikey, you know, there's this big problem, what are we going to do about it? And who do I put my weight behind? Because clearly, you know, somebody needs to be talking this up. And at that stage, he said, well, look, you know, what New Zealand really needs is an advocacy group. And they don't have one, so, you know, you'll have to form one. And I tell you what, the tiny amount that I knew about population health was vastly more than the amount that I knew about advocacy. I had no idea of what he was talking about, truly, I had no idea. But fortunately, the woman who was with me, who was the CEO of Diabetes New Zealand, did know, and over the subsequent years, she trained me up to be an advocate. I mean, I had gone through that process that you guys are going through now, where, you know, you are given a huge amount of data, which you analyse, you come to a conclusion, you find a solution. And so the sort of the scientific model was all I had in my brain. And I naively thought, gosh, I can see what the problem is. You know, diabetes is being caused by obesity. Obesity is being caused by the food that we're eating, because it was clear at that stage that there hadn't been a big shift in our level of physical activity, all those sort of energy-saving things like, you know, electric washing machines and, you know, and dishwashers and what have you, had already come in before then. Maybe not dishwashers, but certainly it wasn't a change in physical activity. Most people were driving around in cars. But what had changed radically and drastically over the preceding decades was the food that we were eating. I mean, I grew up before. I mean, I can remember the first McDonald's coming to Porirua sometime in the late 1970s. You know, prior to that, you could hardly buy food out of ours, and there was certainly no junk food. But by the time this, you know, this great wave of type 2 diabetes was coming our way, you know, junk food was very, very prevalent, and a huge amount of soft drinks were being consumed. And that was clearly the answer. So I thought, well, that's fine. We just have to restrict the amount of junk food and soft drinks, etc., that people are consuming. And there are various ways that you can do that. You can put a tax on sugar, you can put a tax on fat, you can kill advertising on television, you can restrict, you know, the sale of junk food adjacent to schools, you can improve the nutrition in schools. So that was very good. You know, the answers were all there. And I made appointments to go and see people in places of power and position and just explain to them, you know, what the problem was and, you know, what needed to be done. And so I had appointments with the Director General of Health. I had appointments, you know, I was in Wellington, very great place to be an advocate, I can tell you. As in Wellington, you can make appointments to go to Parliament all the time. And I met up with the Minister of Health and the, you know, Opposition Minister of Health and, you know, various other people. I can remember a very entertaining time with Winston Peters. He was very attentive, actually, took notes, he was the only person who did. So I'd go along to these meetings and think, well, that's good, you know, people are interested, and they'd nod their head and they'd really agree. And then, of course, nothing happened, absolutely nothing happened. Still nothing's happened, actually. I'm a bit like Jamie Lee Rahidi, I'm a bit of a fatalist. But you know, clearly the method was wrong, you know. I mean, governments sometimes lead public opinion with legislation and regulation, but most of the time governments move in response to overwhelming public pressure. And I realised that what I had to do was to create the public pressure. And I obviously didn't have a clue how to do that. But my colleague who co-founded PHI with me taught me that I had to get out into the media. She pushed me into the media in a way that was quite cruel and very, very uncomfortable to me for a long time. But I learned over time that I had to speak in the level of a 12-year-old. I'm afraid I haven't been able to change the habit, I'm still doing it. So you had to speak at the level of a 12-year-old, and you had to speak in sound bites, and you had to say the same message over and over and over again, and that you had to be prepared to go on breakfast television and evening television and speak to the media, you know, wherever they gave you a call, which was very scary, actually, I have to say, and not something that I had been trained to do, but in fact, it was the method for bringing people's attention to this. It is true, though, I did give up on this in the end. I think at least Jamie Lee has the, we'll see the changes occurring over time. I mean, the situation now is wildly, radically better than when I was a registrar, I have to say, and over the course of her career, I'm sure she will continue to see changes, which is more than I can say for my advocacy in regard to obesity. Initially, we did get good traction, but 9 years of a Conservative government that were, not at all interested in labelling this as anything other than an issue of personal responsibility, which I think is absolutely terrible, meant that we made no progress. And in the end, I decided to pull the plug on that. So this was not, interestingly, this was not actually something that I moved to doing as an alternative to my career as a clinician. So throughout all of this time, I was an endocrinologist doing outpatient clinics, working in acute general medicine and on the on-call roster for general medicine. So this was all stuff that I was doing after hours. So it was an add-on to my ordinary work. I did go through a bit of a career change, though. I did, towards the end of my career, decide to devote myself to acute general medicine rather than to endocrinology. I'd always done acute general medicine. I found it very, very challenging in a way that I had ceased to find endocrinology challenging. I did carry on doing diabetes clinics, but I decided to devote myself to acute general medicine as my main focus for the latter part of my career. And although I stopped advocating as a population health with a population health lens, I'd never lost that perspective, of course, and it totally coloured the way I saw the world. And in some ways, in acute general medicine, the systems and the physical environment, to me, even more profoundly influenced the ways and the ways in which people presented and the numbers of people who were presenting to hospital. So just as we saw a huge upsurge in the number of people with type 2 diabetes, so we saw this massive increase in the number of people presenting to hospital with to general medicine wards. And it was because of the other changes that had occurred over this time was deprivation. So, poor nutrition, poor housing, drug and alcohol addiction. I mean, these were the drivers of presentations to acute general medicine. If you put aside the people who were presenting because they were at extreme old age, which of course is, a sizable chunk of general medicine, but people who in the past would have been diagnosed earlier, seen by their general practitioner in a timely fashion, put on medications that they could afford and taken them at home, people who would have been living in their own home and supported by people around them to have their medications and have their medical problems treated without needing a hospital admission, were now presenting to hospital, with the underlying driver of this being poverty, I believe, as the main thing. So to some extent, I did rather shift my focus from deep, deep concern about obesity to deep, deep concern about inequality and particularly poverty. So I think that probably brings me up to the end of my 15 minutes, pretty much, so I might just stop at that point if that's okay, Boyd.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Robin. And Robin is rather underplaying her role. She was the go-to person for at least a decade of all that time when she was doing it in her spare time, talking about public policies that are needed for obesity and so on. And so she really did try to struggle against a tough and unlistening Conservative government for a decade. Also, thanks, Robin, for stepping in at the last minute. We did have a last-minute cancellation of this, so we've pulled Robin in from her garden overseas. So thanks for jumping on the ferry and coming over to join us from Waiheke. Okay, now I'm going to ask Loredana Podolska-Kin to introduce Dr. Jyn Russell. Jyn's up. Okay.
Kia ora everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker for the day, Dr. Jyn Russell. Dr. Jyn Russell was born in Wellington to parents from Malaysia and China and says she wanted to be a doctor since she was 5. She comes from a long line of doctors, including a neuropathologist, a general practitioner, and a rheumatologist. Dr. Jyn is a consultant developmental paediatrician at Starship and a community paediatrician for the Planning, Funding and Outcomes Public Health Team for Waitemata and Auckland DHBs. She graduated from the University of Auckland Medical Program in 2007 with a lot of awards and completed specialist training with the Royal Australasian College of Physicians in Community Child Health with expertise in developmental behavioural paediatrics and child population health. Her research interests are in the developmental health of populations, with a focus on the early years, life course epidemiological methods, and the social determinants of health. She believes that inequities in early developmental health can unjustly impact how capabilities form within children, and that addressing these inequities is essential to creating flourishing societies. She has won many competitive research grants and clinical awards. Her PhD research is titled Pathways to Healthy Development in New Zealand Preschool Children with Growing Up in New Zealand in the field of life course epidemiology. Dr. Jyn has held several medical leadership positions and is currently a child population health representative on the Royal Australasian College of Physicians and a board member of the Parenting Place, which is a New Zealand charity providing supportive courses for parents in whānau. Please welcome Dr. Jyn Russell.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you so much for that introduction, that very generous introduction. I'm not so senior that it's normal for me to have someone read out a list of my life's achievements while I stand there. It's a real pleasure to be here, and thank you so much, Boyd, for inviting me. I used to sit about there when I was at medical school, in that section there, because that was a section where you could sit and you probably wouldn't get asked a question. And I have to say, sitting here with Robin and with Boyd, who are really two towers of obesity research and leadership in this area for the country, I do feel like a real fraud. Because when I was at medical school, you will not believe this, but there was a McDonald's at Starship. And actually there was a tunnel you could go from the Rob Theatre to get to Starship past the MRI suite, and you could get there in 2 minutes, and if there were no queues you could buy a cheeseburger and come back between your lectures. And I'm not saying that any of us ever did this, but all I have to say is I don't ever feel, it's funny to me to stand here and to give a talk on population health, but all I can say is, change is possible. I want to tell you a little bit about my career, I'm an early career consultant. I achieved my FRACP just a couple of years ago. But I've had a really interesting training journey and a really interesting start to my career, and I just want to encourage all of you that it is possible to combine clinical medicine and public health. That if you feel a tension within you because you're interested in these things, that it's actually possible to carve out the kind of career that you find is really satisfying. And I've called this talk Waking Up to Population Health because for me, the experience of moving into public health has been one of kind of waking up. And for some of you, that sort of waking up has already happened. Some of you will have already seen through doing your rotations, or maybe even when you were at school, you would have been aware of the kind of needs and imbalances that there are in the communities around you. So some of you have already woken up, and you will already be seeing patterns of care that might be different for Māori and Pacific, or patterns that are different for people who are disadvantaged. And you might be thinking to yourself, I wish our health system could do a lot better. I wish that I, as a clinician, could do a lot better. And if that's the way that you're thinking, I'd say you've already woken up to population health. But for many of you, you might be like I was when I was a medical student and a junior RMO, and I actually just really enjoyed sitting with patients, and I loved giving my full attention to people in the room in front of me, and that was okay. But I want to tell you my story of how I kind of became aware of the population aspects of clinical practice. And if that's the one thing that you remember from this talk, then that will be worth it for me. So I have what we call a portfolio medical career. And these are increasingly common. This kind of career is increasingly common. Maybe it's because the government doesn't fund enough FTE for consultants. Or maybe it's that our universities are actually generating more diverse medical leaders. But here's what it looks like for me. So I work 2 days a week as a consultant at Starship. And when I'm at Starship, I care for children who've got developmental disabilities and difficulties. And I go into schools and I do paediatric clinics in schools. And I see kids in clinic and I love it. So that's 2 days a week for me. And 1 day a week I work with a public health team over at North Shore, where I'm involved in guiding public health strategy for the child and youth portfolio for the Auckland region. And I do that 1 day a week, and I have oversight of programs that are run in the community. And that's really interesting. And the other 2 days a week I work on my PhD, which has to do with epidemiology, with specifically life course epidemiology. And I'll tell you a little bit about that in a second. But I also do some other stuff on the side, and this is all okay as well. I work with the research group at Child Poverty Action Group, where I try and address the policy levers that underpin poor health for children. I also am involved in medical education with the RACP, where we try and produce better specialists. And I work in governments on the board of the Parenting Place, as the bio said. So in all these aspects, there's a lot of synergy. And what I'd like to say to you is that it's possible to actually have a diverse career beyond a kind of a sausage-making approach to clinical medicine. So you can think outside the box, and your skills will be sorely needed. So if you have a passion and you're a medical graduate, your skills will be really needed. So I just want to encourage you. So I grew up in Wellington in a family of doctors. This is, obviously I'm the baby here. When I got a bit bigger, my mum gave me a bowl cut. I've got a family of doctors. So my mum is a GP. My dad is a neuropathologist at Auckland City Hospital. He's got less hair now. And my brother here is, he trained in internal medicine and he's a rheumatologist. And I'd always wanted to be a doctor so I could help people. And that's that sense of like one-to-one, you know. And I became a paediatrician because I love kids and it just made sense. And some aspects of my training journey, you know, this is me at Starship with one of the kids that our team looks after, Oscar, who's got Down syndrome, and he's just gorgeous, and I really love my work. But these are my boys, and, you know, this is us celebrating when I finally finished my training as a paediatrician, and we have a lot of fun together. And I was working as a registrar at Middlemore Hospital when I suddenly sort of woke up to population health. Because to this point, my training had been going really well and I was enjoying the feeling of kind of mastery. You know, when you are the registrar on call and when you make a call and you need to refer someone to someone else in the hospital and you call up and it's your mate on the end of the phone who's the admitting registrar for that team, it actually starts to feel like you're mastering things in the hospital and it feels great. But one night I kind of had this sort of epiphany, and I was in the ED at Middlemore clerking in kids. And this little Cambodian girl came in, and she would have been about 4 years old, and I don't remember her name, but she came in with Dad, and she was wheezing, so she had viral-induced wheeze. I sort of looked through her medical record, and I could see she'd been in several times, in and out of hospital, always with viral wheeze, sometimes worse, sometimes mild, but there were quite a few presentations. So as I was listening to her chest and thinking about what kind of care she needed, I talked to Dad about the situation at home. And through his friend, uncle, who was interpreting for this family, they told me that the home that they lived in, which was a state home, was actually not a very good home. It was damp, it was crowded, there was condensation on the windows. All of those things I knew could impact upon this little girl's lung health. And they also told me that, you know, money was tight. Dad and Mum both worked, but they were in sort of low earning shift work. And I asked Uncle, like, where's Mum at the moment? Because, you know, it's unusual for a child to come into ED in the middle of the night without their mum. It's actually quite unusual. Through the interpreter said to me, she's working. And I said, oh, okay. What kind of work does she do? And I sort of expected them to say, oh, she's a nurse, or she's working at the airport, or she's a cleaner. But the interpreter said to me, oh, she's packing chickens at the chicken factory. And it really kind of hit me And I went back to my desk to write up my notes, my Clark notes, and I had this kind of moment, you know, the kind of moment where a senior nurse who's very onto it comes over and gives you a cup of tea and a biscuit because they can see that you're having a moment. So I had this sort of moment at my desk where it just kind of hit me how many disadvantages this little girl was going to face in her childhood. Because she was a child of migrants, because they didn't have much money, because she had English as a second language, so accessing the education curriculum was going to be trickier for her, because they had poor housing, because her parents worked shifts and they were sort of passing each other, holding the family life together, because she didn't have many of the opportunities that I had as a kid, and I being a child of migrants as well. And I really sort of felt it, that clustering of social and economic and cultural disadvantages, and I haven't even started on colonisation, you know, what Jamie Lee was talking about. And I sort of woke up. And from that night shift onwards, when I went home, I would go home and I'd look up references. I tried to read what I could about inequities in child health in this country, what we knew about inequities in child health from overseas, and really importantly, how those aspects of your childhood impact upon your development, your developmental capabilities. You know, I want to talk about that a little bit more. So we know that, you know, and this is a busy slide, but you don't have to read it all, but the basic point is, at that time when I had this epiphany, it was sort of 2011, and we were having a conversation in the country about child poverty. The Children's Commissioner had put child poverty on the map, and in terms of our political discourse, child poverty had gone from being a nothing topic to being actually the #1 political topic of the election cycle. And that was the work of the Children's Commissioner, who at the time, Russell Wills, he's a paediatrician in Hawke's Bay. So we knew that there's a lot of research to show that child health is significantly impacted by disadvantage. And I could see this in the ED because I clerked a lot of kids with bronchiolitis and pneumonia and bronchiectasis and rheumatic fever and skin infections, and you know, you see them come in and out, but actually the underlying diagnosis is always poverty. And the ED is like a revolving door. The kids come in and they go out, and they come in and they go out, and you treat them and they, you know, they do well, but they're coming in a lot, and the underlying diagnosis was poverty. And so we know that for all of these conditions, the severity, hospitalisation, these factors, disproportionate burden of poor health falls upon children who are from low-income households and who are Māori and Pacific. But the thing is, I've told you at the start, I'm a developmental paediatrician, and there's a reason for that, and it's because I'm really intensely interested in child development. And as a mum, I can tell you that the most significant moments in my life as a mum have been from watching my children gain skills in their development. Development is the hallmark of paediatrics. It is the thing that sets paediatrics apart as a specialty. You know, kids aren't little adults. It's about child development. That's what underpins paediatrics. Otherwise, paediatrics is basically a whole other world of medicine which runs parallel to the adult medical world in which you do most of your training. Paediatrics has all of the subspecialties that are there in adult medicine except for one. There's one paediatric specialty which is not replicated in the adult medical system, and it is the specialty that I'm in. It's developmental paediatrics, because there is no parallel in adult medicine. And I'm intensely interested in children's development because we think that it unfolds naturally. We think that children have inherent kind of, you know, skills and capabilities that just kind of blossom and come out. And we think that that whole process just unfolds organically and naturally. But actually, when I woke up to population health, what I found in the literature was really strong evidence that children's development, their language development, cognitive development, social, emotional, behavioural development, their motor development, was all sitting on a gradient of socioeconomic advantage and disadvantage. That these forces, these structural forces, which Robin and Jamie Lee and Boyd have referred to, are shaping children's capabilities from the earliest ages. Now, this is a graph from Australia. In Australia, they do a census of children's development every 3 to 4 years. Every 3 to 4 years, every single child who is in a public school in Australia, who is in their first year of school, has a questionnaire filled out for them by their school teacher on their development and health. And all of those thousands of questionnaires are collated centrally, and they analyse children's development by state, by region, by suburb. So if you want to know what a child's developmental, what children's development looks like in a particular suburb, you can go into their website and you can find it. And I'll show you that in a second. But anyway, this is from Australia, and what it shows is that according to the level of disadvantage, children proportionally have more developmental vulnerability in one domain of development and in two domains of development in the red, according to the level of advantage. And in population health, this is what's known as a socioeconomic gradient. That is to say that, we talk about child poverty. It's a threshold, below the threshold for child poverty or above. But actually what these gradients show is that unless you're in the most advantaged quintile, in some way, on average, children's development is being impacted by their socioeconomic conditions. And this kind of socioeconomic gradient that you see here is very strongly suggestive of a causal association, right? But the other thing that we know is that children's early development is very predictive over their later life health outcomes. And this is a study that I read. It was published in 2011, so this was the time when I was kind of looking around. And what it showed was that for children in the Dunedin birth cohort study, between the ages of 3 to 11, depending on how much self-control they showed, that was predictive over their adult physical health, whether they had addiction problems, how much wealth they achieved, how much that, whether they had any criminal records and whether they were in a long-term partnership or not at age 32. So early childhood development is intensely important for all later life outcomes. This is a seminal study. It is highly cited. So, of course, what I did was I started a PhD in life course epi with growing up in New Zealand because, if you want to change the world, this is what you do, right? You do a PhD or you write a book like Robin. So I started a PhD in life course epi. And this is a graph. I won't show you all of the results from my PhD, which I'm writing up now, but this is just one of the graphs from my PhD in which I'm showing that the proportion of children who are developmentally vulnerable in New Zealand at age 2 in the blue and age 4.5 in the red increases with socioeconomic disadvantage. So as deprivation increases, you see increasing proportions of children who are falling behind relative to their peers. And these effects, this gradient can be seen as early as age 2, and it looks like it's getting steeper by age 4.5. So that is what we call the first 1,000 days. Now, that's the research that I've done, and there's lots more to show you there, but I won't because of time. But how do I translate this as a public health paediatrician on the ground? So in New Zealand, we actually do have a universal child screening program. It's called Well Child Tamariki Ora. We have milestones that we hope children meet in their first few years of life. And one of the things that the team that I work with has developed is the National Child Health Platform. In this platform, it takes data from multiple different streams, multiple different data sets, and combines it into a real-time data feed for clinicians so that they can see, if you're working in the hospital, you can click open a Child's Well Child program and you can see whether they've missed their milestones or not. And we also have a public health unit that follows up children who are missing their milestones. So what this allows us to do is to see whether children are getting all of the juice that they can from the health system, because we're trying to, as a country, support children's development, at least from the health system. But where could we go with this? And this is where I want to bring you back to the Australian Early Developmental Census, that big census that's taken every 3 to 4 years. I said to you, you can actually go in and look up by state children's development. And they've also got information about the proportion of children who are so-called developmentally vulnerable by state across the various domains. And you can see here Northern Territories, where a lot of Aboriginal people live, are disproportionately, their children are showing signs of lagging behind children in other states in terms of their development. That's very concerning, And I looked up Ku-ring-gai, which is in North Sydney. It's where my husband grew up. I wanted to see what's children's development like in Ku-ring-gai, and I found it. So you can see here trends over time in terms of their physical health, their social competence, emotional maturity, the proportion of children who are on track in the green and the proportion who are falling behind. And this is a very stable and actually very wealthy community. But the interesting thing about this data and its application for population health is that in Australia, communities are able to access this data themselves. And there are now instances of over 50 programs that communities themselves, so neighbourhoods, have started where they have rallied around data showing that their children's development was falling behind, and they've turned it around. This is amazing population level health, where you're actually providing the tools to communities themselves, as well as the structures, so that communities themselves can take up the charge of doing population health for themselves. Incredible. Would love to see it in New Zealand. Will we ever have the money? I don't know. But it's amazing. So there it is. That's my portfolio medical career. It's very busy, but it's really fun. You don't have to do all of these things, but I just want you to be aware of them. And I use population health frameworks every day in my work, whether it's clinical work, whether it's at public health department, whether it's in my research. These are some of the frameworks that I use, and I think you'll know most of them, I expect. But what I want to say to you is that every physician can do population health. It makes clinical practice more fun and more purposeful. It's connected me to the community that I serve, and it lifts my vision of what's needed and what's possible for children in Aotearoa. So thank you.
Kia ora, thanks so much, Jyn. That is so inspiring. I loved hearing about your multiple jobs. I know you're an extremely busy person, and multiple part-time jobs like that can be a recipe for being over-busy. But thank you very much for sharing that with us. Also, I love the bit about the monitoring data and feeding that back to people who can make a difference. I think monitoring data is really powerful, but only if we can create that feedback loop. All right, now I'm going to call on Tom again, who's going to introduce John Bonning, and I guess these AV guys are going to, they'll switch John over so we can see him on the screen. So over to you. Thanks, Tom.
Clinical leader, ED physician, family man, educator, media commentator, outdoor junkie. It's clear Dr. John Bonning has a wardrobe with many, many aspirational hats. Graduating from medical school at Waipapa Taumatoro in 1990, Dr. Bonning worked as a registrar for 8 years in specialties ranging from peds to plastics, before undertaking specialist training in emergency medicine. As an ED doc, he has worked in a variety of settings, from Wagga Wagga to Waikato, where he's been based since 2003, including 7 years as clinical director. Alongside clinical work, he has served as the first Kiwi elected president of the Australasian College of Emergency Medicine, and also as chair of the New Zealand Council of Medical Colleges. And I can only imagine the patience, perseverance, and diplomatic flair such roles demand. Issues close to Dr. Bonning's heart in these spaces include gender and cultural equity, personal and workforce sustainability, and rational use of healthcare resources in a strong public health system. If you thought that was it, he is also a medical officer for the police, expert advisor to the coroner and HTC, and a matchday doctor for first-class rugby, including the All Blacks. Furthermore, he is regularly sought for comment by the media and has spoken extensively about the Choosing Wisely movement. Whilst Dr. Bonning is no stranger to receiving the ambulance that has come from the bottom of the cliff, his advocacy, outspoken commentary and clinical governance is undoubtedly shaping not only the fence at the top, but the entire landscape of healthcare in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Thank you, Dr. Bonning, for being here today. We are honoured to have you as a panellist.
Thank you very much indeed, Tom. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I do apologise, Boyd did ask if I could come up to Auckland. It's not too far up the road, an hour and a half, but unfortunately I just had too many commitments today. Whilst we're really hoping that we can get back to more in-person meetings, I'm needing to zoom into you today from Kirikiriroa. Ko John Bonning, Taku Ingoa, thank you for that kind introduction, and what really interesting people we've just heard from Robin and Jyn. I feel somewhat of an imposter here and have a slightly different story to tell about some of my learnings and journeys in public health and health advocacy. So I'm just going to share my screen and make sure that is going to work okay. As you can see, I've got a few tabs open. I'll try and find the right slideshow, that one, and there, and now we need to get the right slideshow up. Hold on a second, sorry, technology. My slideshow has disappeared. There it is. Slideshow. There we go. And I think you've probably got my. Where are we?
Yeah, that's the presenter view there. Oh, there we go, John.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
now
good.
got the view up now. The wonders of technology. Who'd thought 2.5 years of pandemic and we haven't quite got it fully sorted in person is wonderful. So, look, thank you very, very much, Boyd, for this invitation to speak to you all today. As you've heard, I've been a doctor for 32 years, and I think it was 36 years ago today that I was in that very lecture theatre, being inspired, listening, learning, and starting the journey that I've had in my career in healthcare. As you've heard, I took a fairly circuitous path towards specialisation, but to me, that enriched the experience I had in a variety of different areas of medicine. It enabled me to travel, work elsewhere, worked in Australia, worked in the UK, before coming back and training in emergency medicine. I'm now an emergency medicine physician in Kirikiriroa, Waikato, and unfortunately this slightly tragic aspect is I probably work closer to 7 days a week, but totally passionate about what I do, and I manage to take vacation and holidays when I can. I was the first president of the Australasian College for Emergency Medicine, which is in its 38th year, to come from Aotearoa, New Zealand. For another 2 days, I'm chair of the Council of Medical Colleges, which is the council of the collection of the New Zealand chairs and presidents of the specialist medical colleges in New Zealand. And yeah, I've got a few other things that I do on the side. I work for the police as a police medical officer, looking after detainees in custody and working as an expert advisor for the police. Supporting the wheels of justice. I'm a strong, passionate believer in justice. And again, a theme of today is inequity and the overrepresentation of certain populations in police custody. I'm an expert advisor to the police and the courts on a variety of medical legal issues, the coroner and the Health and Disability Commissioner. An outdoor warrior, I think I was described as. Do love my skiing and cycling, and I am a rugby match doctor for the New Zealand Rugby Union, as well as a variety of other sporting events, some mountain bike world championships, and the Commonwealth Games in 2018. I went and worked at And just, a little touch on my the family side of things. Today is my mother's 87th birthday. Our whānau got together yesterday. My mother, privileged enough to be in wonderful health, still plays golf 3 times a week. Would have been playing today, but it's a bit wet down here. And I'm the proud father of 2 wonderful children in their 20s. And then the last line there, social justice warrior and health advocate. With a face for radio. We've heard a little bit about some of our advocacy from Robin and how we need to get public pressure to make politicians change their mind. And that's very true. And I'm going to tell a bit of a story about some of my advocacy in alcohol misuse shortly. But it's a privilege to have access to the media and be able to advocate for our people. And of course, my main passion is emergency medicine and people in emergency departments. And we're talking about inequity. ED is a den of inequity, not to be confused with a den of iniquity. Different, but it is a den of inequity. All those exposed to the social determinants of health and poor outcomes. The Māori Pacific are those with low socioeconomic status, and obviously we've heard from Jyn's work about that. That's really, really interesting coming through. Those with no other access to healthcare, those with mental health problems with nowhere else to go, those with chronic healthcare conditions. And those are the people that are unfortunately crowding our emergency departments. I worked on Saturday night. We had 100 odd people in a 69-spaced emergency department. The ambulances were ramped outside, meaning the department was so full we couldn't even get patients out of the ambulances, and patients were waiting 18 to 24 hours to be admitted to hospital. So not much fun in emergency departments at the moment, and winter's not going to be much better, but I'm advocating as hard as I can for these people. Let's see if that goes there. So Boyd asked me to talk about a little bit about my journey and what I feel to be the importance of public and population health, and why we should care about population health. We're all going to become specialists in some field of medicine, and I always have to have a plug here to make sure that it is realised that general practice is a specialty. They are specialists in family medicine and in a lot of ways population and public health. Never think that general practice is anything but a specialty and anything but on equal terms and equal par for every other specialty. And so we all need to care about it, and whichever specialty we use. And it's about fairness to me, fairness for everybody. And then the whole kind of engagement thing, I think you hear a lot about burnout at the moment of people in the healthcare. To me, one of the antidotes to burnout is engagement in the system to try and fix the system. And again, I've been very privileged with my roles to be able to get engaged in the system to try and fix things for our population, for this wonderful country that we live in. So Health Coalition Aotearoa, looking to reduce the harm from tobacco, alcohol and healthy foods. There are 370,000 healthy life years lost per annum in Aotearoa due to the use of alcohol, and tobacco is still a leading cause, with dietary issues and obesity second of early death. So smoking is something that we need to be deeply, deeply concerned about. Unfortunately, our levels of smoking are dropping, but the graphs are really somewhat tragic, and they do show high levels of smoking in Māori and young people, and in those of low socioeconomic status being much higher than the rest. So it's a lot of work that we need to do there. And of course, vaping seems to be very, very popular, and whilst public health advocates for vaping as a means of getting off tobacco, so heated, not as bad for you as burnt, they still have disadvantages and are bad for you. The unhealthy food and obesity, obviously Robin's the expert on that, so I won't delve into that too much, but New Zealand ranking second in the OECD in the rates of obese children, behind only the US, and our dental hygiene being something that is a bit of a national embarrassment. And then, of course, alcohol advocacy. I've got that dates there of 1st of December 2014. So this is a journey that I took, obviously with a lot of people helping me, starting in 2004. where I wrote to a number of MPs, the heads of justice, police, transport, courts, the Attorney General. I would have sent, I don't know, about 20 copies of a letter outlining problems with the process of looking at blood alcohol sampling in intoxicated motorists in emergency departments, but also about the fact that our breath and blood alcohol limits were too high. And so I wrote all these letters, passionate, interested, and I got precisely, symmetrically round response from all the people that I wrote to in 2004. So, I mean, this was ridiculous. Back in the day, the forms that you needed to fill out to have somebody, an evidential blood alcohol sample taken, had 4 copies. And there was something like 15 different sub-clauses that you needed to sign. It used carbon paper. Carbon paper kind of went out with leeches some time ago, except for this. To take the blood sample, you needed to squirt the bottle from the blood from a needle and syringe into an open bottle. How unsafe was that? And this was happening up until, as you see, 8 years ago. And it was absolutely ridiculous. So I persisted with this advocacy or crusade, if you like, and took it. Eventually, I wrote the letters again to different politicians in 2007, started to get some traction, ended up presenting to 2 select committees. And it was really quite interesting, fronting the select committees and holding up the paperwork with the carbon paper. There were 72 different ways of getting off a drink driving charge, and talking about the fact that our road toll was a national embarrassment, and the role of alcohol was absolutely embarrassing in that. And so finally, after many years of letter writing to select committees, we managed to modernise the way of taking these blood samples into vials and vacutainers, reduce and simplify the forms, although it's still a little bit more complicated than it needs to be, and reduce our level from 18 milligrams per decilitre to 50 milligrams per decilitre. And so, I'm not talking about prohibition here, I'm not talking about abstinence, I'm talking about sensible and rational use, reducing the harm of alcohol. And of course, when we're talking about harm of alcohol, the harm of alcohol in EDs, again, I worked on Saturday night, and my last 2 patients were, I think, an 18-year-old and a 22-year-old, one male, one female, came into the emergency department comatose completely as a result of alcohol. So not only putting themselves at significant life threat, but also utilising resource that you could argue could be used better elsewhere for other people. When you get yourself into that position, by all means have a drink, but please don't get into a fight, fall over, or get behind the wheel of a car and end up in hospital, because it really is, in some ways, you're stealing resources from others that are perhaps more deserving. But we care for everybody, of course. And young people are disproportionately involved in that as well. And we do snapshot surveys before every Christmas. And around 1 in 6 people at 2 a.m, 2 or 3 nights before Christmas, so in that sort of big party time, as many as 1 in 4, but usually around 1 in 6 people are in emergency departments around Aotearoa, New Zealand and Australia as a result of alcohol. And again, that is just far, far too many, and something that needs to change. And we need that the advocacy to make people understand the enormity of the problem. And they're putting themselves at risk, and they're stressing an overburdened health system. So I was going to touch briefly, the Council of Medical Colleges encompasses the 16 specialist medical colleges, and most of them, many of them have signed up to the Health Coalition Aotearoa, as well as to Orataio, the New Zealand Climate Health Council, which I'm going to just get onto just shortly. And yeah, briefly mentioning, of course, we've all lived the pandemic for the last 2 or more years, and how important has public health been in our response to that, with the response of the health system, the response of the population, and we're, whilst we've got a lot of COVID in our communities now, you could argue quite successfully with one of the lowest death rates in the world, that we've done very well. And I would warn everybody to be very, very careful second guessing what we did in the pandemic and saying we didn't do this well, and we didn't do MIQ well, and we didn't do testing well, and we didn't do that, and we locked down, and it was all hard, and there were social impacts and what have you. Just need to remember just how tough it was as somebody that was living through it. I zoomed into Bergamo in Italy and spoke to a colleague and did a webinar for a colleague over there where literally people were dropping and dying in their droves, and healthcare practitioners. So don't let's judge what we did 2 years ago with the lens of today with a lesser serious variant, and we've got into a very, very good place thanks to public health and public health officials. So just briefly, I'm probably using up all my time, and obviously a very busy slide. Climate health, climate impact on healthcare is just so important, and we of my generation have faith in your generation of helping us sort this out, because I think we've done a fairly poor job. Look more at the right-hand columns there, the problems of heat illness, vector-borne diseases such as malaria, dengue spreading down out of the tropics, the bushfires in Australia, severe climate events. We've obviously seen lots of floods in Australia, and there you look at the final two columns on the right, looking at the inequities in health, extremes of age, social determinants, communicable diseases, and non-communicable or lifestyle-related diseases, mental health impact increasing, and the injuries directly from severe climate events. And this is all exaggerated, the global and regional and local healthcare inequity. So we all need to care about climate change, and I would hope you all do too. So just to finish, a quick shout out to my friend and colleague, Dr. Ashley Bloomfield. This would have been about 6 months after we were at your stage in 1990, just about to embark on our career as doctors. We were fishing on Lake Taupō, and of course Ashley has become a renowned public health physician and pivotal leader in our path through the pandemic. Currently stuck in Geneva with COVID. There are worse places to be stuck, but what a wonderful job he's done, and what a wonderful advocate for public health. So thank you very much for your time today. Looking forward to enjoying a bit of a panel discussion.
Kia ora, John. Thanks so much for that. That was greatly appreciated, and we'll pick up on a few of those points that you made. But I think in particular that detail that you described of the effort it took to just change one little piece of one problem within the system, and the battle that you had to do over a long period of time, and how you went through it, I think is very instructive for the work that the students are going to be doing over the week. All right, now if I can ask Jyn and Robin just to come up here. We've got 4 seats there, but we're only going to need 2 of them because John's online. And John, if I face you around that way, I'm not sure if you can see Jyn and Robin.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'll have to give you guys this one to pass around. Thanks. And we've got 2 microphones for the audience. So everybody, now is the opportunity for you to ask some questions. Sorry?
Ask a question, hold the mic really close to your face.
We did some mic testing in the break, so yeah. Pretend you're a rock star, hold it like this. All right, just before we go, just an observation. I think that all of the presenters have made, which I think is pertinent as well, and that is the move that that they've taken and that we take, and you will all take, of going from the detail, from the kind of individual, from the reductionist, from the small, from that to be able to see the big picture. Suddenly those rings of the socio-ecological framework and the wider influences on this thing that you're dealing in front of you will become apparent. And it might be penny drop moments, as we've heard. It might be that it's a gradual dawning of you. It might come earlier, might come later, but you will take that trajectory, I can promise you. I've had, out of all the PhD students and master's students and things that I've had that have come into public health, Many of them have come from the sort of the biomedical sciences, if you like, and they're on their way up to the wider view of population health. I haven't had any disappear back to molecular biology from having trained in public health, but I think that's just a natural evolution as we become aware of the wider context and we start to grapple with the complexity of these issues. All right, now, does anybody have any questions? Yep, I'll have one over here, thanks.
Thanks to all of you guys for some really insightful sort of insight into your population health part of your careers. Dr. Jyn Russell, I just had a question because I really liked your layout of being both like a physician and also an epidemiologist. I was just wondering if you think that's a possible career choice earlier in like a medical career?
Well, I hope so.
Okay, can we just use your microphone just first before we get this?
Kia ora, thanks for the question. Yes, I think it is, and I think there are training schemes that encourage people to do higher education, and not only that, but actually reward higher education. So one of the most switched on trainees that I know started working as a junior doctor and actually enrolled himself in an MPH at the same time. That is, he started to take courses. You don't have to complete, but the courses are really helpful. The other thing that you can do is look into whichever specialty you're interested in, have a look at their training policies. So if you're interested in training as a physician, the RACP has a flexible training policy, and it allows you to take a certain number of years out. Now, if you can, you may want to take, for instance, a couple of years out in the middle of your training or after your exams or whatever, and you may want to go over and apply to, I don't know, some university overseas. You know, a lot of my friends have gone overseas, Harvard, whatever, to do an MPH, or you might want to take courses here, or you might want to do research here. So you can take that time. The hospital system doesn't like you doing this, but the other thing that you can do is you can actually take request rotations off. It totally mucks up their rostering, but I've done it. You can do that. You can actually, as a junior, you can try and basically get a more interesting and diverse training career. Some of my friends went over to London. They did diplomas of tropical medicine, public health with the London School of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene. These are all really interesting side steps that you can do in your training, but the other thing is they are not only interesting for you, but they're highly beneficial when you go to interview.
Okay, thanks very much for that. I think just as a general observation, even within academia, you know, if you want to be an academic clinician, then the system is well set up for that you can spend part of your time in the clinic or in the hospital as a clinician and part of the time as an academic doing teaching and research, and that's a well trodden pathway. I have to say in public health we haven't got our act together nearly as much. You don't find that many people who are half-time, part-time academics in population health, and the other half they're working for the Ministry of Health or a DHB or a PHO or something like that. So structurally it's actually a bit harder within population health. All right, chip in any time, John, on these. Any questions, further questions up here? Yep, one over there. Thanks. Sorry, we're going to have one of these microphones down here. This one's dead.
Kia ora. Thanks for that talk. It was really great hearing from all three of you. And you all spoke about like advocacy. And I was wondering, just from the perspective of a clinician, how do you balance being a trusted voice for governments to listen to while still critiquing them? Because, I mean, I've just been seeing Dr. Russell recently, you've been talking a lot about, you know, masks in schools and ventilation. And how do you sort of maintain that balance of being able to critique governments while still being able to make sure they listen to you?
Do you want to go, Robin? You have a lot of experience with this.
I mean, I personally found that I had to absolutely define the two roles. I think I was first working in the area of FO when I was the Chief Medical Officer, and so you can imagine how sort of conflicted they were, except that it happened to be that the CEO of the hospital that I was working for was very, very supportive of my work. She was fantastic, so she personally didn't have any problem, but I had to preface, you know, much of the work that I had to do. I actually used to feel in my head that I was stepping out of one role and stepping into a different role. I was wearing completely different hats and had to sort of cleave the two in my mind, and sometimes explicitly as well.
Yeah, I'd echo that. So over the pandemic, I have had a really major role in advising the Ministries of Education and Health and also Cabinet directly on our COVID response for children, trying to just get an optimal response for children. Really huge on schools being open and also getting children vaccinated, of course. And in those conversations, it isn't easy because I personally, like lots of people in government, have spent time hanging out with people in Cabinet. And what I can tell you is they're just ordinary people. They expect you to be frank with them, to come with evidence. And as someone who's affiliated with the university, you are actually really emboldened to be an independent commentator. And that is something that's really useful if you want to do health advocacy, having an honorary academic role or being like me within the PhD system. It's very useful because it gives you another layer of cover. But even if you aren't, in your senior medical officer contracts, there are clauses which enable you to speak up and to speak to the media on topics that you are experts in. So it's more about being bold and doing that. And I'd say if you're doing things like John, impressive amount of work through our professional bodies, that is also, I think, best practice for advocacy is when you do it in groups.
John, do you want any comment about that, and especially when you get the role in a college and the kind of expectation, I guess, or division of the roles between in the college and then your clinical work? Do you want to make some comments on that question?
Hey Boyd, I'm only getting every second word.
Oh wow.
Do you mind just quickly clarifying the specific query? It's about the advocacy.
Right. It's about how you balance that in your head and your working life between your public health and advocacy roles and then the clinical roles, because they don't always match. You know, you've got a clinical job to do, and yet there's this pull to do the public health stuff. And especially when you've got these roles with the colleges.
Yeah, look, it's a challenge when you're wearing multiple different hats, and you've got to realise what hat you're wearing. But there are things that go across everything. In your clinical role, you're dealing with an individual in front of you, and you're obviously trying to make the right decision for the individual in front of you. But then you've got the whole sort of the system in which you're interacting, and you're understanding that the decisions that you make don't just interact with that person in front of you, but the entire system. Just on a really kind of specific thing, so well, why don't we just do a CT scan on this patient? Well, if it's unnecessary, it will harm the patient from finding incidentalomas and radiation exposure, but also it's taking away resource that others could use. And you've heard from the start that the whole kind of choosing wisely, meaning choosing equity, resources being taken away from some people in order to give to those with more chance to benefit and possibly more deserving that have less access to it. So look, I still think that your global approach and your personal approach and knowing what the college issues are for the colleges, it's about training and education and safe environments, and of course there's been recent discussion about how training environments in hospitals is potentially not safe, and we need to do some work on that. But it's all intertwined. intertwined, and I still think that you can put that global influence into the person in front of you, but just realising that there are different drivers. Of course, there's one of the biggest drivers of problems is conflicts of interest with, like the pharmaceutical industry, for example, and making decisions based on being paid by drug companies, which fortunately happens very little here, but still shockingly embarrassing. New Zealand is only one of 2 countries in the world that allows direct-to-consumer advertising. That's something else I've advocated unsuccessfully with politicians to outlaw. So, I still think that global perspective and understanding different perspectives of organisations you might work for, your employer, your college, and otherwise, still allows you to have that sort of global perspective, but then focus on the patient in front of you. Not sure if I've answered that.
Okay, thanks, John. Was there another question up there, Tom? Oh.
Yes, following on from that question, I was wondering if any of you have ever had patients who say to you, "Oh, I've seen you on the news," or I read an interview from you, and especially have you ever had any who strongly disagreed with your advocacy?
Had anybody disagree with you?
Well, I've been lucky because almost everybody agrees that children should be in school during the pandemic, most of all parents. Now I have, I think over the last 6 months I've had something like over 500 media appearances, mostly talking about the need to try and keep children safe, get them vaccinated and get them back to school. And I've definitely had parents who have seen me on the news, and some of my patients are absolutely delighted to see me on the news and say, "That's my paediatrician." But the key thing here is it's about your professional safety. If you're going to come out and be an advocate, it requires a certain degree of courage, but you've also got to remember that every single person who comes into your clinic or that you see on a ward round might have a different view from you, and that they need to feel really safe as well. And so for me, I do a lot on social media and I write. I always check myself to think, is this something that if I met someone in clinic who had a really radically different political stance from me or a different take, would they feel safe interacting with me? And that forces you to be very humble, to listen, to be very tempered, and to just try and say generally sensible things.
I haven't had any problems with patients per se, and they often would, they'd often be quite pleased that they'd seen me on TV. The problems that I had with my medical colleagues and dietitians. So I've had lots and lots of rows with doctors who see things very differently to the way I do. I start with the basic stance that I don't believe in free will, and so I believe we're all just geno-environmentally driven, and so I don't really and I've tried to cancel weight loss clinics, and I berate doctors who tell people to lose weight. So I've had a lot of conflict, but fortunately thus far not with patients.
And
I should just add something here. It is. I did a lot of my training in learning about policy and advocacy from senior paediatricians within college groups doing policy and advocacy. So as a trainee, for instance, I sat on committees with Robin and with Boyd, and I learnt how they were doing it, and that is safe. It is very safe. If you are aligned with, that what you're saying is something that a group of professionals, specialists are wanting to say, then you're staying really professionally safe.
But Jyn, you're big on Twitter, and that is a space for trolling and nasty comments and so on.
Never experienced anything like that. No, it is. Social media is a bit of a...
Which can be hard.
Yeah, it is. Yep.
So you cop that?
So that's it. I suppose that's something that you will have to deal with, which I'm dealing with now, and I don't know if, Robin, this was a thing for you, but no, it is true. So social media, as a doctor on social media, and even if I have done my best to make sure that I'm not identifiable at all with Starship, unfortunately your profile can just mean that you're very identifiable, and that means being very professionally safe. So if you might want to be like me and have be yourself and name yourself, and out yourself on social media, or you might want to just have an anonymous account. But I would say if you're going to do advocacy, you really need to be your professional self on your social media channels.
Yes, I think that's a very good point, that the reason why we can be effective advocates is because we do have a position of some authority. And, I felt a great sense of responsibility, especially as my authority became transiently greater in that president of the Diabetes Society role. I thought, well, this is an opportunity to do good by using the authority that I have as a doctor. So that's an extra responsibility that you hold, and I think it, it behoves us to use that responsibility to the best of, to the best that we can.
Okay, thanks. Did you got a question up there? Oh, I got a couple up there. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you all very much for sharing your insights. This question is more aimed at Dr. Tumath, I think. In your previous role as like a clinical director for general medicine, is there any sort of, initiatives that you can implement on like a departmental level that sort of have an upstream view? Because I guess, a lot of good stuff in population health starts like at grassroots with communities and departments of communities. So just wondering if you had any insight into that you're happy to share.
Can I just add, did you hear that, John? It's a question to Robin. But
I don't know whether it's the rain or what it is. I've got about one or two words.
Okay.
So I just texted Anna. Maybe she can text me the questions.
Okay. So let me just. It was a question. It was a question.
I hear you relatively clearly, but I just cannot hear virtually anything else.
Okay. I'm close.
If somebody texts me the questions, I'll respond.
It's a question for Robin, but I'd just fill you in. It was around her doing her role as clinical director, whether there were things that she could do to influence upstream activity in that role from that position.
I mean, mostly I used my role as a clinician on ward rounds to role model behaviours towards strongly disadvantaged people, and particularly to role model behaviour towards people with obesity, to hopefully role model, a compassionate and realistic response for those people. The one system change that I tried very hard and unfortunately failed to introduce, that I wanted to bring about a nothing about me without me stance in general medicine, in fact throughout the hospital, and this was strongly supported, I have to say, by the current CEO and various other senior personnel. So I wanted to have an open notes policy whereby patients had access to their notes, so that nothing that happened to them in hospital was kept secret from them, and that they and their family were able to read the notes and ideally to contribute to the notes and give us information that we might not otherwise have had. Unfortunately, this was felt to be logistically too difficult, and we'll probably have to await an electronic medical record. But to be honest, the greatest resistance to this came from allied health professionals who could not see that they would be able to write the notes in a way that was, freely able to be read by patients, which I think was a great shame. I think there's a whole big, tranche of work that needs to happen in order to get patients having, true autonomy in the health sector. So it's a big piece of work that needs to happen.
Kia ora, thanks. There's another question here.
Thank you, all of you guys, for your insight. All of you guys have spent extensive time in advocacy, talking with politicians and leaders, but you've all spent some time as individual clinicians with like a public health perspective. So my question is, for those of us that are interested in public health and do want to address those underlying factors, but don't have our sights set on explicitly spending time in research or advocacy, do you have any advice or tips as a clinician when you're having that consultation and interaction, how to put on that public health perspective, whether that just be spending that extra minute on smoking cessation advice, or just some practical things we could take away?
You there, John? Did you get that question?
I'm just going to say...
I switched off the video to see if I could get better audio quality.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I need somebody to text me the questions, because I'm getting about 1 word in 5.
Okay. Are you able to hear when Robin or Jyn speak?
I can hear you.
Okay. Are you able to hear when Robin or Jyn speak?
Robin or Jyn speak? two words of your last sentence.
Oh, wow. Okay. Maybe there's a big storm in Hamilton. Okay, I'll get Anna can text those questions to you, but that one was about tips for people who are not going to be in public health as a career, but still as clinicians to be able to incorporate the public health approach and thinking. So I'll start with Robin and then Jyn and then come to you, John.
I mean, once you think it, you can't unthink it. So, it's there in your brain. But I think the one thing you can do is acknowledge it. So acknowledging the drivers that are outside the control of the people in front of us as part of that consultation, I think is often, helpful.
Yeah, I think the first thing is non-judgment. So not judging the patient in front of you, because you know that even if there are patterns of behaviour that look self-destructive and are really frustrating, that there is an environment around that person that has supported them or encouraged them or pushed them into being that way. So non-judgment is I think judgment is a form of harm. So when we talk about not doing any harm to our patients, I think not judging patients is the first rule. That's really important, and actually as medical students and trainee interns you can show leadership in this regard in the clinical situations where you are, highlighting in your handovers, highlighting in your admission notes, and highlighting the social determinants of health that underlie that patient's presentation. That's really powerful for your teams. And sometimes your seniors don't have time to get to that level of detail, but you will know the patient because you've spent time talking with them. So I just encourage you to do that. So not judging. And the other thing is just being aware of public health initiatives for the community that you serve. So when I see patients, I connect them into our Noho Ahuru Healthy Housing Program. I think about smoking. I think about, do they have enough money and what WINS benefits can we put in place?
Okay, thanks. John, any comments on that question about tips for clinicians and how to incorporate the public health perspective into their daily work?
Well, Anna's just texted me a picture which I'm trying to look at. No, it doesn't work. I've got two questions up there about losing weight and diabetes. I assume that's for Robin, the diet culture.
Okay, John, can you hear me, John? You can't.
Every third or fourth.
All right. Okay, well, we're just finishing, John. So that's luckily we heard your presentation. But can I just ask finally one last question? I'll ask it to both of you because we're having trouble hearing. But the issue of power and how you see power. You are doctors. You are senior doctors. Doctors have a privileged position in society. What we say matters. You join up with colleges like John has, which have prestige and power. You join NGOs, which have passion, but not much power, not much money. You're operating in a field of power to be able to get things happening. How do you view your power and how you implement it? Start with you, Robin.
I was very, very keen to empower obese individuals. That was behind my advocacy group. I wanted to encourage people suffering the consequences of our obesogenic environment to rise up and demand that things changed. That was my core goal, really, with my advocacy group, was to see if I could encourage and empower individuals, and to a large extent the Open Notes project was designed to do the same thing. So I think a transfer of power was probably key to my thinking.
So I'm married to a philosopher, so I'm going to go. I'm gonna name something that I think it was Aristotle said, which I've written about for Spin-Off before. As a doctor, you have 4 forms of power to influence situation, to influence people and influence society. The first thing that you have is you have a kind of a prestige. Who you are is your kind of your stature. And doctors are very trusted in society because you're all smart as heck and you've worked really hard and you're all committed and people know that. So you have power because of that. The second thing is you have power because you can tell people stories. This is called pathos. You have pathos. So you have the ability to tell stories. And that, if I quote Emma Espiner, who unfortunately couldn't make it today, stories are the most effective form of advocacy. So you've got pathos. And the third thing that you have is you have data. So you have the ability to interpret evidence and to communicate the evidence. Now, when you add those 3 things together, you have all of the tools that Aristotle said you need to persuade people. And to that, I'd add one more thing that medical professionals have, and that is you have professional networks. So no matter what corner of medicine you're practicing in, there will be a professional body that is your body. And you can network with professionals to get things done together. Many instances of that, John has given lots of examples of that. So I'd say that's how I see the use of power, particularly medical power.
Thank you very much, Jyn. John, you've got the last word.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I did hear enough of that last question. I apologise for the technical glitches. You talked about power and power imbalances, and yes, we have to be very, very aware of those as we deal with our patients, but there's great responsibility in that power. And you've heard 3 different sort of stories of advocacy here this morning, how you can actually make a difference and change. And again, we talked about burnout. The solution to burnout is engagement and getting engaged in your community. Start small with your employers. Talk about organisation, getting involved with your colleges. As trainees, you can get involved with your college. And it not just be somebody you send large amounts of money to in order to have for the privilege of training. There are the unions, the Stones Union, RDA and ASMS. It's a little bit more about pay and rations, obviously, but they are still good outlets for advocacy. And just, you're never too small to advocate. We've talked a bit about social media and media influence and how to get out there. And, we've got some pretty significant things that we need to do to rectify the inequities and solve the greatest threat in our time of climate change. But it's a question of fairness. So never feel that you're too small, too insignificant. To make a difference. We can all make a difference, and I think that we've shown in our country that it's probably a little bit easier here than it is in many others. But we still need to address those inequities. So good luck to you all, and don't stop fighting those battles. Talk to people, form groups, advocate, get involved, get engaged.
Kia ora. Great words to finish on. Sorry, people, we've run you a bit over time, but what a fantastic series of stories you've heard today on people that have combined their clinical work with the public health perspective. I'd just like you to show your appreciation with a big round of applause for them and their work. Okay, short half hour for lunch, guys. See you back here at 1. Thanks, John. Sorry, folks, that wasn't a very long lunchtime, was it? Oof, have to put a bit of extra time into lunchtime next year in that. So thanks for all your feedback and questions on that last session. I thought it was fantastic. Apologies for the IT systems. As we said, we're trying to get back as much as possible to face-to-face, but where people are located and their clinical rosters and COVID seem to be getting in the way a bit, so apologies for the technical glitches. So we've got an hour now where I'm going to go through what Population Health Intensive Week is about and to go through what's expected. And that's ahead of you meeting with your facilitators this afternoon. So, actually, just before I start on that, I should just tell you a little bit about where I'm coming from, where I've come from. So, I started training a little bit like Robin as an endocrinologist. I trained in endocrinology because I love the specialty and the field. Endocrinology is, to me, is the epitome of the systems that dictate the human body, all that beautiful orchestration of hormones that keep us homeostatically balanced with 1,000 moving parts. And within that, diabetes is a particularly challenging part of medicine. It affects just about every organ of the body. It's kind of like the modern day syphilis in that regard. People usually come into hospital with about 15 problems, and it's a real diagnostic and treatment challenge, which I enjoyed. But then, having done some time and research into diabetes and obesity, which is driving it, and doing all of that research looking inside the human body for the causes of diabetes and obesity, penny drop moment came for me when I realised we were looking at normal physiology that was responding to a pathological environment. And that pathological environment in relation to obesity was what I call the obesogenic environment. And that's where I started my public health. Now, as you heard this morning, it's a journey. When do we find out about public health? I managed to escape a full 6 years of medical training and however many, another half a dozen years of specialty training before I even knew what the hell public health was. So hopefully you'll come out of this course getting some sense of what public health and population health is. But it is a journey, and we're all going to be on that. And as I said, you're all going to take the journey in towards public health at some stage in your career. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the logistics of the week. Oh, I do have Canvas Tour up here, so you are featuring Anna. And then talk about the concepts for thinking about public health. So we've had that session this morning. This is around the timetable, meeting with the facilitators, meeting with agencies. So over Tuesday and Wednesday, Anna has been making bookings for you in each of your 26 groups for meeting with agencies and topic experts, for you to hear about how these community agencies or these agencies or people are operating and working within your topic. So that's kind of 2 days worth. We have the Q&A Zoom with me, with one person from each group on any of the issues. Wednesday at 10 o'clock we have Population Health in Action, and that's face-to-face. So for Auckland it'll be here. I think in Pukawakawa, because the students have got COVID in their midst, they'll be running that by Zoom. Hopefully the other 3 centres will be able to run face-to-face, and there you'll be talking with public health physicians, or in some cases public health medicine trainees, to hear about what they do a day in the life of public health medicine. Thursday, you've got a chance to be able to put your project together and your presentation and practice it with your facilitator. And then Friday, you present it into one of 5 streams. And we have assessors in each of those streams to work out who is the winning team in each of the streams. So you're in 26 groups, 8, I think probably to 11, I think is the maximum in any group. You're given a topic, you don't have any choice in that. You're given a group, you don't have any choice in that. And you have a group assessment to develop and present a population health campaign by the end of the week. Now, I realise that probably in your course to date, you probably haven't done a lot of group work, which is slightly weird in my view, because you're going to spend up all of your life working in teams, and so we do need to work out how to operate in teams. So the first part of the meeting this afternoon with a facilitator will be sorting out your team and who's doing what, and so on. So you'll be working as a team, and then you'll be presenting in 5 streams on Friday. So you've got a facilitator. So this person is from a public health background. They're not necessarily an expert in your topic. They're here to guide you on how to put together a campaign and guide you in your topic work. And just a word about public health expertise or the public health space. You know, if you're working in clinical medicine, then you're very closely aligned in terms of sciences and who you engage with the biomedical sciences. All of the research that comes out of biomedical science feeds into clinical practice. And yes, as you've heard this morning, there is an interaction between clinicians and population health. But if you are sitting in the population health space and doing work in public health, and especially research in public health, what are the science specialties that you engage with? Economics, sociology, anthropology, policy, political scientists, geographers, wide range of experts that incorporated into the population health domain. And so these people who are facilitators, most of them will not have come from a medical background. They will have come from probably one of these other science streams into public health. And that's the very nature of public health. That's where we get our expertise from. Okay, so they're going to help you work cohesively, guide the development of your campaign as you're tossing around ideas, you're thinking about what you might put together. They'll give critique on your presentation on the Thursday. You can use them anytime during the Wednesday and Thursday to ask them questions and so on. So you will be meeting them 3 o'clock this afternoon, but and they'll also meet you on Thursday, but you can negotiate other contact. There's one group that's meeting at 2:30, which is which one? Oh, carry on. Okay, Anna will find it. She sent the email, right? Okay, one group facilitator can't meet at 3 o'clock, so she's meeting at 2:30. Okay, so those are the facilitators. They're giving of their time for you to help you guide you through this. These are the 26 topics, and they are very diverse. They range from things which are really quite disease-specific, like rheumatic fever, but they can be very broad, like climate change or transport or poverty. So quite a wide range, and you're going to have to think those through. So we've got 5 in Waikato, 2 in the Bay of Plenty, 2 in Pukauaka, and 2 in Taranaki. These agencies, so there are a number of agencies, and we have about, I think we've tried to get a minimum of 7, is that right? About 7, but maybe up to 10 agencies that Anna has booked in for you. So there might be NGOs, community groups, part of DHBs, public health units, schools, local government, and so on. And these appointments have been made, but you will need to confirm them by calling them. So there should be one person in your group who is responsible for making sure all these appointments are confirmed and identifying who is going to go to them. Each of you has to go to at least 3 of these. So these are not for the whole group to go to. Some of them are by Zoom, some of them are face-to-face. And again, there's been quite a bit of change in that in the last couple of weeks as Anna's been juggling all of that. So these are people and agencies. They're giving their time to you. Be respectful of it. If you're going to meet them in person, dress appropriately and behave appropriately, as I'm sure you will. If you're on Zoom, observe Zoom etiquette. Get to a place where there's not a lot of other disturbances around, people wandering around in the background and so on. Make sure that you're giving them full attention. And find out what they're doing. Now, sometimes with the particular campaign of a piece of work that you might be running for your campaign may not be exactly that agency's area of work or expertise, but that doesn't matter. They're engaged in the space and learn about it. This is your opportunity to get into the community and other agencies to learn about them. In addition, you've each got a topic has a topic expert, so they're usually an academic. Most of them are in Auckland, but not necessarily. They're usually working in population health, although some of them are clinicians as well. And they're the go-to people for your content expertise. So you do have a specific time set aside for someone in your group to talk with the content experts, but you are free to contact them, and there should be a person who is responsible in your group to contact the content knowledge person if needed. On Canvas, I hope you've all had a bit of a chance to have a look on Canvas. For each of the topics, there's a set of relevant papers. You might get other papers and reports from the agencies or from the topic experts to help guide you. So several people in your group will need to go through and have a look at those and get a feeling of the background evidence. So you'll need a bunch of researchers within your group to dive into those and other papers. And then you make the arrangements to meet with your topic expert at other times if needed over and above that one that you had. Okay. So the assessment is to build this campaign, and I'll talk about the details of that shortly, but it's to improve some aspect of the underlying societal conditions or the systems or the barriers to action or something deeper and underlying that issue. Could be a cause, could be a driver, a barrier to action, a policy action, and so on. So this is getting you to think in terms of strategies beyond what you would normally automatically think of what's needed to make change. What needs to be submitted through Canvas on the Thursday afternoon? There's a group written report on the campaign, and that's to make sure it's only about 1,000 words and it's in a template, so somebody has to be responsible for filling that in, just say who's done what and so on. There is an individual worksheet as well for you to fill in. That's just to confirm that you've met at least 3 agencies. This is group work, so you're confirming the kind of workloads, that it's been fair and equitable across the group, and also to give your permissions. Now, the permissions are that on the Friday, we will be capturing all your presentations. They will, all 26 of them. We will be sharing your presentations on that you've given with the agencies and the topic expert and the facilitator, so they'll have a link to your presentation so they can see what you've presented. That's really helpful feedback for them, and they're often very inspired by what you've come up with. And also permission so that if you happen to be one of the winning teams, that we can use that video for an exemplar for next year. So on the canvas, the videos of the 5 winning teams in each stream from last year. So take a look at those. And we need a PDF of the slides by the morning. So that's what you'll need to submit through Canvas. Then you have your oral presentation, and this is what is pass-fail. And the written work, what's submitted through Canvas, are the prerequisites. So you've got 15 minutes presentation, roughly about 12 slides, and then you have questions and answers. So you're sitting there in your team, listening to not only your team's presentation and supporting your team, but also listening to other teams. And as you listen to them, think up some curly questions for them. Give them some curveballs. Ask them some tough questions. See if they've got the idea of population health. Give them some hard questions, because that will test how robust and their campaign is. So your interrogators as well as presenters in this. So there's 1 winner per stream. We have a couple of assessors for each stream. Now all of these oral presentations will be on Zoom, except for Waikato. So Waikato will be all together in person. They have 5 groups in Waikato, and they'll be presenting face-to-face, so long as there's not a COVID outbreak amongst them, in which case we'll switch to Zoom, but that will be in the clinical school there. The rest will be on Zoom. One group will have 6 teams, and the others will have 5 teams. 3 of the Auckland ones will have the 2 from Pukauakaua, the 2 from Taranaki, or the 2 from Bay of Plenty zooming in with them, and then one of the streams will be all Auckland ones, but they'll all be on Zoom. So that'll be there on Friday. I have to say that is really the fun part. I jump in between them and get snippets of them, and then afterwards I go and have a look at everybody's presentation. And the startling thing to me is the distance that you people will be travelling over this next week. You know, you'll be given a topic which is deep and problematic and wicked problem, as we say. That really has no easy answers, and you're expected to come up with a 15-minute presentation on something innovative. And I'm enormously impressed by what people have come up with in the past. So no pressure, guys, but come up with something really cool. Then in addition to that, we have distinctions, so distinction in population health. And for that, you can choose to submit either a creative work or an academic essay. And we give you a few weeks to pull that together, so that needs to be submitted by the 20th of June. So the creative work can be something that you've pulled together, you know, a poem or a short story, or some people have done paintings or something, and then a bit of an explanation about it and why that moved you, and an explanation of your creative piece. The academic essay is about your topic, and that's a standard academic piece, and we'll have a format for that. Last year we started by offering the winners up to the Journal of, what is it? The Journal of Medical Students. Is that what's called? New Zealand Medical Students Journal, I think that's what it's called. Which I think is a fantastic journal. I mean, I have to say, when I was a medical student, we didn't do anything like as serious as that, or as polished and professional as that, but it's a great little journal just starting out, and so we offer the opportunity to get your piece published in that. So I encourage you to join and get the distinction. There's even a bit of money, I think, that comes with the distinction. I'm not sure how much. How much is it, Anna? How much? $500 there, $500, that'll get you groceries for a week in your back pocket. Okay, so think about that. Okay, now group work. A word about group work. So in the feedback from students in the past, the big three things that they have learnt in this week is first of all about the depth and complexity of the particular topic that they've been given. They get insight into the underlying drivers of it. The second thing that they learn is how bloody difficult it is to try to shift these things when you're thinking about it for your campaign. And the third thing is about how to work in groups, and that is a very positive experience for the large number of people about the group interactions. So the thing about working in groups is you have to be able to understand and respect everybody's role within the group. People have different roles, so you have job division of labour according to people's skills and ability and what time and interest they have and so on. And you give all that due respect, and you recognise that a successful team is made up of a whole lot of different perspectives and a whole lot of different people who have different abilities and different talents. So if you have all a group of head into books researchers or all a book of out front leaders, those kind of groups tend not to be so successful. It's the mixture and the interaction which is critical. So the particular tasks that you'll need to come up with, and you'll need to do this at 3 o'clock. There's quite a lot of organising tasks. There's organising the timetabling, the agency visits, the Zoom meetings. So we need one person who's nominated to join me and another rep from each of the other groups at 12 o'clock on Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, so we can talk about progress around how your group's going, and you can learn from others about how they're going and the questions and issues that they're having. You need people who are going to coordinate if you need to liaise with the topic expert and so on. And so those are organising type people who like to pull things together. There are chairing type people who like to manage the process. So this is not about being boss. This is about managing the process and making sure all the bits are happening in a proper process. Doing the research, diving into the papers, understanding the literature. Liaison, I've kind of covered that a bit. Facilitator, midday Q&A, topic expert, and the coordinator. Need to have one person who links in with your PHI coordinator. Give them a buzz, send them an email each day. Let them know how you're going. If you want any help, any questions, you want them to kind of critique stuff. So decide on these roles at the outset, but be flexible about it. So they might change, and new jobs and new issues will come up. Somebody will get COVID, and then they'll have to swap and change. So that's going to be a bit of a challenge. Now, for some groups, we already have people in the groups who are at home isolating because they have COVID or they are contacts. So you're going to need to accommodate them somehow. For the agency visits, which are on Zoom, then that's fine. They can Zoom into those. They can do some of the work, which might be some of the research or whatever. Zoom them in when you have your group meetings so they can participate in it. We've told the people that have COVID if they've got a bad dose of it, then they need to rest, and that's the primary thing. They've got to look after their health. But if people have a mild dose and they can still contribute, then to do so as they can. So, just be mindful of those people at home who are on Zoom. So that's that group. Now, getting together, you can do that by Zoom, or you can do it face to face. People in the regions, there should be rooms allocated that you're able to use, and the details of that are on Canvas, the rooms you have available. For people in Auckland, we have kind of booked out the entire campus of rooms for you. So there's lots of little rooms, but I don't think that they can necessarily accommodate everybody at this once. But we do have rooms booked for this 3 o'clock meeting, and Thursday as well. Are they actually booked for Thursday?
No.
No, okay.
Some facilities are booked with Zoom,
Okay. Right. Okay, so you'll for Auckland people, because there's such a large number of you, we didn't put all the rooms up there, but there is a method to go up and book the rooms, right? Through via Anna. Okay. Within each group, also, we have appointed a Zoom master. Now, this person is not necessarily the most tech savvy in the group. It's the person who is first in the alphabetical list. So that person, you should all have access to the professional Zoom, so that you can book Zooms for however long you want. And so if you need Zooms, go through the Zoom master and book those up. All right, now process. What you're going to go through. Everything in the beginning is fog and chaos. So you just have to accept that, and that this is big and difficult and tough. You're going to start off with forming. And forming is orienting to who you are as a group, the topic that you've got to do, and the task that you have at hand. So that's what you'll be doing this afternoon, starting this afternoon, thinking about yourselves and what the job you have to do. Then the storming part. So this is when your mind is wide open and you are absorbing information and you're tossing out ideas. Don't land on a campaign too early. Give yourselves a chance to do the brainstorming. So there's some rules around brainstorming, and that is open to ideas. Anybody can put anything on the table. You're not chucking it off the table all at once. You're not critiquing or throwing it out of hand. You're just letting it sit there and think about it. So do plenty of brainstorming, gain trust with each other, show tolerance for the idiot ideas that will come up, and resolve these kind of conflicts that you have. Okay, you haven't got very long for that, to do that. By the way, we call it population health intensive because it is intensive. This is quite a lot of work and a lot of brain work to get through this. So then you get into the norming phase where you're trying to converge. So this brainstorming part is divergent activity. Norming is convergent activity where you're trying to get together on a common campaign, and you are cooperating, you're critiquing, you're being supportive of each other, and so on. Then Thursday, you're getting into your polishing and you're working out how you're going to do that. So some people will be good at presenting, will be fine with that. Give them the job of presenting. Some people will be happy to take questions and answers. They've got their head in the literature, they know about it. Give them the job of that. So some people will be really good at developing slides, way better than this putsy stuff that I do. I'm way impressed with the sort of the skills of putting together slides from the group. So taking notes, putting the report in, all of these different roles within the group. Okay, so that's group work. This is the presentation, so you've got 15 minutes to present. Practice your timing on that. Usually there's a couple of people presenting, so that you spread it a little bit like the 6 o'clock news, or the way it used to be anyway, with a couple of people presenting. Minimal text, legible font, a few images, but minimum animations. Don't over-zoop it and crowd it. Try to tell the story. Try to get your passion through. Look at the camera. Give the conviction. Try not to just read it from the script. And then some people answering questions, so practice that. Get some of your team to practice throwing curly questions at you so that you're able to answer them, and throw a few questions at the others, and then one winning team per stream. Okay, here's your task. There's a health philanthropy out there. The health philanthropy that I have in mind is actually the foundation of MAS. So MAS is the Medical Assurance Society, started 100 years ago. It's a mutual cooperative of doctors to insure themselves. Some of you are probably members. I've been a member since I was a medical student. And then a few years ago, they turned that into a charitable organisation, so it's still a mutual, but it has a charitable purpose, which is the MAS Foundation, which I'm on the board of, and that's just started up in the last couple of years to try to improve health. And so I've got this organisation in mind because with the MAS Foundation we've been going through thinking how we're going to give away millions of dollars every year to make a difference in health. So this is what the MAS Foundation or this philanthropic group have. They've got $500,000 and they want a concerted campaign on your particular project. They've identified that as a priority and they want you to make a difference to the occurrence of that. Or some aspect of it. So they're savvy people. They're not all medical, there are non-medical people, and importantly there are Maori and Pacific trustees on that, so you need to be speaking to them about how this is going to deal with equity and those populations. So they do not want to fund campaigns targeting the individuals with the health problems themselves, the youth with mental health, the kids with dental health problems. This is not a public-facing social marketing campaign. Those cost way more than $500,000. That's not the purpose. We don't want apps either. That's not getting to the systemic nature of what we're talking about. So, when we talk about a campaign, we're talking about a group of activities that are intended to reach a particular aim. So this is more like a military campaign or a political campaign. You've got to summons all of your forces. You have to know what's out there, who's on your side, who's not on your side. You have to specify what the evidence is for the problem. You have to specify your rationale for choosing this piece of the problem that you're going to tackle. You have to be very particular about what you want to achieve because you want to measure that. The target groups that you will be aiming towards largely will be what we call change agents, people within society who have a particular jurisdiction or a particular ability to make change at a structural level. So they might be local politicians, they might be national politicians, they might be school principals or boards of trustees, there might be people in the commercial sector, and so on. So who has jurisdiction over whatever it is you're trying to influence? It may well be other parts of the bureaucracy, of the government bureaucracy. Identify your allies and your oppositions, tailor your messages for them. Think about the strategies and actions. I'll go through some of those. Measures of success. Timelines. So what we're thinking about, $500,000, not a lot of money. So it's, over the next year or few years that you've got to spend it. So it's a small amount of money, and so you have to leverage it. And we will expect a rough budget, and we need to know what your impact is going to be. That is all a big ask. And these are the types of strategies we're expecting will come from this. So creating the evidence base, you might have demonstration projects to show that it can happen and evaluate it. Building networks and relationships, that's how stuff gets out, that's how innovation diffuses and rolls through a population, is through networks. Convening your allies, creating coalitions. You heard some examples of that, child poverty action, fight against obesity there. Your allies, there might be colleges, you never know. Develop some materials, develop and disseminate the messages to the target groups, draft some policies, advocate for those policies. So just a word on advocacy, you heard quite a bit about that today. What can you do as a small, relatively powerless person or group? The biggest strategy you have is probably advocacy, as you heard this morning. How can you make your voice loud and heard, and who has to hear it and be convinced? So some of it might be through the media. but that's only for particular purposes. It might be directly with politicians, it might be directly with meeting with others, but the advocacy is critical. So that's this idea of it's close to lobbying. So lobbying is really talking about trying to advocate for legislative change, and what advocacy really is from a population health perspective is social lobbying. Lobbying for a social outcome. So don't be too frightened of that word. Building monitoring and accountability systems. You heard a bit about that today, with patients getting their own feedback on their own notes and so on. Jyn talking about the evidence and the data to be able to feed back. So monitoring and accountability systems can be critical. Influencing organisations and culture, cultivating champions, training programs. Apps, maybe not. I've got a bit of an allergy to apps. But, those are the types of examples. Now, these will be this is not putting in a drip or reading an X-ray or a lab form or something like that. This is a different way of thinking. All right, so we've got all the stuff on Canvas. Did you want to show them a bit of Canvas? What's that? 1:45. No. How many? Do you want a tour of Canvas, or are you pretty familiar with Canvas, guys? Pretty familiar? Okay, all good. They're all smart. You shouldn't have questioned there. They're smart characters. Okay. You've got the 5 winners there last time. Take a look at those. No plagiarism, please. Don't steal their campaign. On Canvas, you'll find a presentation, a recorded lecture that I've given about how to develop your campaign. So I've just skimmed over this, but there's another recording on there on Canvas for you to have a look at, and pay attention to the size of your budget. Don't think you can do more than you can. All right, that's what we're going to be scoring on. This rubric is on Canvas. That's what the assessors will be looking at. You just have to be miracle people. Okay, Canvas tour. No, we're going to skip that. Okay. When I put up my first slide, it was around what we want to get out of this week, and it's a set of spectacles, and you've heard today about the spectacles of racism, of institutionalised barriers, all those sorts of things. It's a way to see an issue. Mental models are actually critical to how we operate in this world. Now, these are models, and there's an old saying that all models are wrong, but some are useful. So models are only representations of reality, so they're wrong, but some of them are very useful. And you don't have to just have one. You can carry multiple ones around your head to try to explain something so that it can fit into our tiny brains, because the complexity of the stuff that you're having to deal with is vast, and it's very hard to hold it in here. That's why we need models, which are simplifications, but they give you a perspective to be able to see things by. So you've heard a bit about this already, the Te Whare Tapawhā. You know about the treaty, about the articles of the treaty, about the principles as interpreted for health. Make sure that they are incorporated into how you think about how your campaign is structured and the strategies you use. So take a broad view of health. When I was medical director of the Heart Foundation, and I just started and I didn't know tuppence about population health, we got given a whole bunch of money by the Department of Health, as it was then, to do a whole lot of health promotion campaigns, health promotion programs, basically. And one of them was what was then called Maori Heartbeat, so starting up a Maori group within the Heart Foundation for it. And they got this money from the Department of Health, and they said, that's great. We're going to give a whole hunk of it to Kohanga Reo for Maori Heart Health. going into Maori language nests for preschoolers. They're already thinking determinants and systems at a deep level, and this will take years and years to come through. But that was my first eye-opener towards somebody thinking beyond going out and giving programs to people, to Maori people who've got heart disease. No, they're starting right back at language. That's deep. When we talk about populations, we tend to think in patterns, population patterns. This is just an example in COVID, but this is what epidemiologists do. And the reason that we like patterns is that they tell us something about the underlying structure of what is causing that. So all patterns are a clue, or population patterns are a clue to what's driving things. Thinking upstream. So there's a little YouTube clip on there. If you haven't seen it, it's only a few minutes. I commend you to read it, and you find out who keeps chucking these kids in the river. So you'll be thinking upstream, you'll be thinking fence at the top of the cliff. You'll be thinking equity and equality. And these are just a couple of mindsets around the difference between equality and equity and the reality. And I was at a talk with somebody the other day who was talking about language around Maori, how we talk about inequities and things. And she didn't like this diagram, this cartoon on equity. I said, what do you mean this to me describes it perfectly well. The three on the left there, they've been given the same box and still it's unfair. And yet they redistribute the boxes and then it is fair and everyone can see. And she said, yeah, but did you notice they're all brown? And I hadn't noticed that before. Interesting. Anyway, she prefers the one on the left. All right. This intersection between encouraging health behaviours. If you're going to be clinicians, then for the rest of your life, you will be trying to encourage people to change their health behaviours based on the health burden that you've just diagnosed and you're helping to treat them. And recognise that that's an uphill battle. What we're trying to do with society and with population health is to try to reduce the slope and the difficulty in pushing that burden uphill. This is the socio-ecological model, which is very helpful. I've used it a lot. It's been around for 40 plus years. It really helps explain that when a patient is in front of you that has diabetes, for example, that you realise that there are some factors about that person, some individual factors about that person, age and sex and so on, genes, that have determined why they are there in front of you right now with this disease. But that is not the totality of that person, because they come with a social and community network, they live and work and so on and recreate within a wider environment, and that's dictated by a wider socio-cultural and economic and environmental conditions. So that is really helpful as a model, and I encourage you to think about that. But this is still an individual-centric model. This is like placing the Earth at the centre of the universe to try to understand the universe. We cannot explain obesity, the fact that every single country in the world is increasing its obesity levels, by looking at this model with the individual at the centre, because we haven't had a collapse of willpower and an increase in gluttony or whatever. So this model is useful in some contexts, but be aware of its limitations. And one way to be aware of its limitations is to turn the thing inside out. And so this is what we did for the Lancet Commission on Obesity. We said if we want to make a real difference on things, we need to start in the centre with the things that are most important. The most important things are the natural systems that we depend on. And then out of all of these human systems, these man-made systems, The most important one is the one right at the centre there, governance. Who has the power? Who has the hands on the money? Who's deciding the policies and the legislation? Who is creating the norms and expectations? Those are the people that you want to get to, because the levers that they can pull will have implications right throughout the system. So think about governance. Who's got their hands on the levers of power? There may be things further down that system, like the macro systems might be the food system or the transport system or the healthcare system, education system. The meso systems are the settings that you interact with, like the local cafeteria or the park or whatever. And then the micro systems are all you and your network and your family. And the things that we want to create out of this are human health and well-being, social equity, economic prosperity, and ecological health. Whatever we design as a society, we really want those outcomes. And you might think that that's blatantly obvious. But if you think about something like the food system, we have a food system, right, that feeds us. And what is the purpose of the food system? That we have designed, human beings have designed the food system, and the purpose of it is to create livelihoods, profits, and export receipts for people, businesses, and countries by feeding people who can afford it. That is the mental model that we have used to create the food system. And so equity is nowhere. Health is nowhere, the environment is nowhere, so it shouldn't surprise us that that system that we have devised is causing all of these problems in health, in the environment and equity, because we haven't designed it like that. We haven't designed it to cope with that. And so every system works perfectly as it's designed. And so if it's not delivering what you want, then go right back to the design of that system and understand that design of that system, the purpose of the system. Once you get down to that, then you start to understand why all these things are being generated from it. And if we want to change it, then we better have something that has a view on these wider aspects. Okay, the Ottawa Charter, 1986. It's an oldie, but it's a goodie. This was the first time the sort of actions that you need at a population level were sort of articulated in this way. Enable, mediate, advocate, strengthen community action, develop personal skills, creative environments, reorient health services, but that could be actually reorient any services, and build healthy public policy. Good framework to build a campaign around. Sometimes you get logic models like this, and this is helpful, and you saw an example of this around climate change and the way that it affects things. And this is a sort of a linear model where you think about, okay, here's the situation on the left, the problems, the stakeholders, these are our priorities and our values and our mission. Therefore we need these inputs, and we need to have these participants and do these activities to deliver these products, to create these short-term, immediate-term, intermediate-term and long-term outcomes. This program logic is also a good way of thinking about creating a campaign, because it takes you through a logical sequence. It's linear, but it's logical, and it can be very helpful. Thinking about systems, and we have no time whatsoever to talk about systems, but you people have spent the last several years learning all about the body's internal systems, how they operate when they work well, how they operate when they don't work well. You're working at the moment, or you're going to be working in a healthcare system, that's a system, and the things coming through your door are products largely of societal systems. And yet none of us have been taught in our medical training about how to think about systems as a discipline within itself. How do you think about feedback loops and the connections and how the whole homeostasis operates with 1,000 moving parts, and how you shift that over time. That's a whole set of discussions in itself, but the most important thing to take away from it is what you see, the events that you see, the visible stuff, the thing that we all pay attention to, that's just the tip of the iceberg. And what this week needs you to get to look below is the patterns of that, which give you a clue to the structures, which give you a clue to the mental models that's designed the thing in the first place. And when you think about causes, the linear thinking, the event-oriented thinking says A and B causes C, which causes D. Systems thinking says it is the whole interrelationships and the way that they are connected within feedback loops of A, B, C and D that will create, it's the root cause of the problem. So in other words, it's the feedback loops which are the causes, not kind of linear points in time. Anyway, that's just a little view of the top. Social Determinants of Health, 2008 WHO report talks about social determinants of health. That's now a phrase that a lot of people in health know. I personally think it should be societal. That feels a little bit more structural to me. And we're now breaking down the different types of societal determinants: commercial, political, economic. And I've been taken to talk about, when I'm talking about the commercial determinants of health, I start talking about them in the junk food space as the commercial drivers of disease. So just words and language are important there. And then finally, when you're pulling together your campaign that you're going to be presented, remember your campaign, who's going to be driving this? Who's going to be running it? Is it a group of 10 50-year medical students that are going to do this? Or is this empowering some of the communities that you've seen? If they got a hold of this $500,000, then how could they reorient what they're doing and pull these other allies in and run a collective campaign? So don't think of yourselves as a whole bunch of medical students, and what can you personally do as that group? How can the agencies that you've met work together? And if you're going to work together, which is this coalition approach, then these 5 conditions of collective impact are very helpful. You have to have a common agenda, know what you're after. That's this aims and objectives. Shared measurement. How do you know if you're getting there? What have you agreed are the metrics? Mutually reinforcing activities. What's this agency going to do? How can this group reorient what they're doing to contribute? What can this group do? Where can we get some more funding to support this? So thinking in that way. And then the continuous communication and the backbone support, that's where some of the money goes, in that coordination and keeping those groups working towards this collective goal. All right. So that's it basically. Zoom in the middle of the day for me, 1 person per group. The content questions go to your topic experts. Team management strategies, talk to your facilitator. Any student issues or any absences or anybody getting COVID or whatever, let Anna and me know, please. And, above all, get out and enjoy it. And enjoy your journey this week, because it will be a bit different to your clinical work. Was that? Yep. Oh, come on.
Just before you all dash off, you will find on Canvas, if you haven't seen it already, your topic or your team list, and in there your agency meeting schedules. Please keep looking at that all the time, because even today I've made like half a dozen changes. So that can constantly update if agencies get in touch saying, oh, something's happened, can we change it? So make sure you keep looking at that. That was it.
Okay, all right. Thanks for that. Any questions, people? Take a look at that lecture I put online about creating the campaign. That'll give you more clues, and have a talk to your facilitators at 3 o'clock. And now you can go and finish your lunch. Sorry it was such a short lunchtime. Thanks, guys.